imminent on a coronavirus relief bill. The administration has hinted at increasing its offer closer to the $2.4 trillion bill passed by House Democrats. Senate Republicans have dismissed that measure as too expensive. Instead, Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is setting up votes this week on a narrow package targeting small business loans and other pandemic-related funding. Democrats are expected to block it, describing it as insufficient. Lisa.
Thanks, Jared. President Trump says he doesn't think Speaker Pelosi wants a deal before Election Day. Also telling reporters,
I think we'll do better than 2016. We're way ahead of where we were in 2016.
He is in Arizona holding two rallies while Joe Biden focuses on debate prep for Thursday night. But his running mate, Kamala Harris, is back on the campaign trail in Florida.
Senator Harris was on the attack against the president for his handling of COVID-19 and what she called his assault on Obamacare.
Do you know Donald Trump is in court right now trying to get rid of it with his boy, Bill Barr?
Her remarks in Orlando also implied attempts to suppress the minority vote. Harris says it's because the president knows.
When we vote, we win. When we vote, we change things.
Senator Harris' visit coincides with the start of early voting in Florida, which many polls have as a toss-up.
Fox's Gernal Scott. Again, the president rallying today in Arizona. The final presidential debate is set for Thursday. America is listening to Fox News.
Half a day. This is Madeline Berdaglio.
I'm ready for Robert in this election. In the past 2 years, we have seen less military construction investment into Guam compared to earlier plans. The Air Force has reduced its presence at the Andersen Air Force Base, and the bombers will not be there as a permanent basis. And no one is fighting for the Guam National Guard to gain more missions, like a tanker flying mission or being a part of the missile defense needs for our island. Yes, we do have that, but discussions are now ongoing to set up a second missile defense mission. And with the unrest in our part of the world, we need these capabilities to keep our islands safe. Other issues can be added to the defense bill, and that is how I finally passed war claims. Yes, I'm ready for Robert.
I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
A TV station security guard is now charged with murder in Denver over the killing of a pro-police demonstrator. The shooting happened during a confrontation that erupted on a day of competing protests. 30-year-old Matthew Doloff was assigned to protect a TV producer who filmed part of the incident leading up to the shooting. Doloff is charged with second-degree murder in the death of 49-year-old Lee Keltner, who appeared to be upset that his dispute with another man was being filmed when Doloff intervened. A COVID surge continues in multiple states, including Wisconsin.
The CEO of one hospital chain said they've been adding beds because at times they have reached capacity over the past few weeks. So far in Wisconsin, nearly 1,600 people have died from the virus. Cases are increasing around the country, and in a handful of specific states last week, new case high total records were reported, including in Idaho, Colorado, Indiana, and Minnesota. The United States has now surpassed 8.1 million recorded cases and 219,000 deaths. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
The coronavirus crisis has a lot of people reconsidering their employment in a new AP NORC Center poll.
Even with millions of Americans losing work during the pandemic, 1 in 4 with jobs say they've thought about quitting, with 7 in 10 complaining about the stress of juggling work and other responsibilities, and others worried about contracting the coronavirus at work. And it's lower income workers who are more likely to quit or think about it. Most people don't necessarily blame their employer, though, with just 18% saying they're not doing enough to support workers during the pandemic.
Fox's Chris Foster. Recapping stocks, the Dow drops 410 points. In addition to stimulus anxiety, Wall Street awaits another round of earnings reports this week. On a positive note today, movie theater chain AMC jumping more than 15% after announcing it plans to resume operations in New York State later this week. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Half a day, this is Carl from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future. Whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community, our dedicated team in Guam and on the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer staycation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance. Agana 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo at 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Register now for the PBS Guam Virtual Challenge on pbsguam.org. The challenge includes 10, 20, or 50 miles. Remember to practice social distancing when walking, running, or wheeling. Download a distance tracker to accumulate miles. This challenge is made possible by our generous supporters: the Guam Daily Post, Community First Guam Credit Union, Bank Pacific, the Bank of Guam, Coast 360, Vantage Media, Cherry Media Vision, and the stations of Choice Broadcasting.
Half a day, it's 6:06. I'm Mona Silva Tyron with a look at your local news. On the point, 81 new cases of coronavirus confirmed yesterday, bringing the total positives to 3,756. These 81 cases were confirmed over a 3-day period. Public Health did issue a correction, though, saying that the 33 confirmed cases from Friday, there were actually 3 that were negative. The total number has been adjusted to reflect that correction. Well, the Department of Corrections has confirmed an employee has tested positive for COVID-19. It's not Department of Corrections, it's Department of Youth Affairs. The officer was off duty when symptoms were first noticed and proceeded to be tested for COVID-19. Currently, the officer is on leave. For the time being, all residents of DYA will be sheltering in place, and appointments for residents are all being handled over the phone or virtually. Visitation has also been canceled, but virtual visits are being allowed again. This is at DYA, the Department of Youth Affairs. Meanwhile, Public Health still conducting their outreach in the northern villages today, still testing residents of Gilbaza and Zero Down. As reported in the Guam Daily Post, a majority of the confirmed cases from these subdivisions are in home isolation, while only a few required transportation to a government isolation facility, which is at the Bayview Hotel in Tumon. The northern subdivisions are the focus of the recent testing after it was determined that there were large clusters of positive cases. Public Health will continue to conduct its outreach and is also working with the FSM Consulate Office and church leaders in that effort. Well, that's going on. There is a concerted effort to crack down on businesses that are not following public health protocols, and citations have been issued at least 10 establishments, from beauty to retail to even food establishments. In the Guam Daily News today, Public Health is reportedly seeking guidance from the Attorney General's office on if it has the authority to suspend a business's sanitary permit for violating COVID-19 regulations. The PDN reports suspending a sanitary permit could result in the closure of the establishment. According to the report, 10 have been cited. They include Shirley's Coffee Shop in Tamuning, Managuf Mart, Crown Bakery, Savvy Nails, Savvy Nails and Petty Spa, Butter House and Sanctuary Inc., Lucky Nails, and NCA Beauty Shop. Also cited was McCrout's Restaurant. The AG's office will be reviewing any referrals from Public Health for possible criminal charges. However, the PDN does point out that the AG's office has emphasized the data showed nearly half of the cases were confirmed, have confirmed epidemiological links transmitted within the households. The AG advises community policing and self-regulation remain the most effective method of limiting the spread of COVID-19. We'll have more news right after this.
Did you know your smartphone is one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. Developed by Google, Apple, and the PathCheck Foundation, the app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's anonymous. Add your phone to the COVID fight. Go to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
An off-duty Guam police officer under arrest after he allegedly shot off his gun during an argument in the Dededo area yesterday morning. Matias Lizama, charged with suspicion of unlawful discharge of a firearm. He allegedly had been in a verbal disagreement when he fired off his weapon several times. He was placed on administrative leave, and there is an internal affairs investigation underway. And senators passed a number of bills in session yesterday. Those will be sent to the governor for review and action. One of the bills would increase the liability under the Government Claims Act. Another establishes additional requirements before raises can be implemented for agency directors and administrators. Also, there is an oversight public hearing today at the legislature that will give additional funding to public health. That hearing starts at 9 o'clock, and then at 12:30, another hearing on a bill that creates a pandemic bill of rights and another bill that deals with the renewal of declarations of the public health emergencies. Those hearings are via Zoom. You can watch them on the legislature's YouTube channel. Written testimony can also be sent to Senator Therese Terlahi's office. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Wait, where did it go? Where did it? No, I have it. I got it. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Lots of paperwork here today. I'm burdened. It's an avalanche of news that's going on here this morning. All right, a high risk of rip currents from this afternoon through late Wednesday along east-facing Greece. Otherwise, partly sunny skies today. Scattered showers becoming isolated near noon. Tell you what, we had a lot of early morning showers already. There might even be some lingering effects over by on the way in from the airport down into the valley and then coming out by the Girl Scouts. It was rather flooded there this morning. There was people in boats and little rafts and canoes. Isolated thunderstorms throughout the day is expected. East winds 10 to 15 miles an hour, and daytime highs today should be about 88 degrees. Mostly cloudy tonight. Isolated showers becoming scattered near midnight, or isolated thunderstorms throughout the evening. East winds 10 to 15 miles an hour, and overnight lows should be about 77 degrees. Do I want to do the forecast for Wednesday? Let me start. Mostly cloudy. No. All right. Heat index today, maybe 90 degrees if the sun comes out for work. Sun won't be up for, actually should be coming up right now. Should be just breaking the plane at 6:12. Sunset tonight is going to be at 5:58. 5:58. Hashtag tell the others. You know, well, that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's becoming a problem. I went to check out the sunset, and there are all these people that start walking around at like 6 o'clock going, where's the sun? I said, dopes, it's this time of year. The sun's gone. The sun went down 10 minutes ago.
We're losing daylight.
Rapidly. You know, that's another COVID thing. I'm sure that's a sign of the COVID apocalypse that we're in right now. Anyway, 6:12 in the morning. That's news and weather together, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 66 years.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
At FHP Health Center, your health and safety are important to us. FHP remains open during peak hour 1 to serve all of your healthcare and medical needs. To better serve you, we encourage you to keep your appointment with your healthcare provider. We have implemented stringent screening and sanitizing procedures to keep you safe. FHP Health Center is open from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday, closed on Sunday. For appointments, call 646-5825 and press 2. FHP, our island, your clinic.
What again? Where? KFC? Right on. KFC's got your breakfast waiting for you. It starts with a coffee, and then you start working your way through the rest of the menu. Now, here's some highlights. They got a chicken fried chicken deal. Take a piece of KFC chicken, flatten it out, put some white gravy on that, serve that next to rice. Maybe you want something sweeter. They got waffles. There's waffles at KFC. Get some sausage with that, and it's so good. You got the maple syrup just slathered over everything here this morning. It just kind of makes you want to just tilt the plate into your mouth and just let that maple goodness run into your anyway. So you got that. You got the sausage wrap, and you've got a chicken wrap, and there's plenty more fantastic breakfast items waiting for you at KFC. Ray Gibson Show is also brought to you by APL, American President Lines, global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
just hear these weird just kind of words just coming out of your mouth. What's going on?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. One of these days I'm going to control your microphone from in here, and then the people of Guam will be able to hear what just the things that ramble out.
I just heard this. Welcome to the show, starring Mata Silva Tyron, Jerry Roberts.
Oh, my God. And the host of the show, Ray Gibson, welcome to it. Is excuse the mess, as we say, Tuesday morning in the program. And yeah, we're all loaded for bear here this morning. We got a ton of stories to talk about, a ton of people that we might be talking with as the program continues. And just looking at the goodness that is, it's Friday, right? Today's Friday?
It is, isn't it?
That's why I got all the energy from. It's Friday.
Tuesday, guys.
Woke up this morning, go, yeah.
It's a what?
Take it for Friday.
Tuesday.
No, every day is Friday.
I don't understand the words coming out of your mouth.
Monday's ugly stepchild. It's Tuesday.
Think about this. Maybe it's finally settled into my head. Yesterday we were talking about just the anxiety of COVID-19, difficulties to get yourself motivated to do stuff, and it occurs to me, you know what? Every day can be Friday. Come in, do the morning show, stick around for a couple hours, take care of some work, and go home, take a nap, and wake up. 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Go, where am I drinking for the rest of the day?
This show's my Xanax.
It is, right?
It's my Xanax.
You know what am I going to do between here and then sunset, and then figure out what the heck is going to be for dinner and later, and you just start the process all over again. Anymore, the weird days of the week are Saturday and Sunday when we're not here, right? Yeah. So maybe that's so every day can be mentally Friday for us. If we just redirect our intentions and start thinking about really the important things. Like, honest to God, we talked about this yesterday, and I need to get more details. What are we doing for Halloween? What can we do that won't get us arrested? Well, I'm not going to say. I got a note from a friend of mine. She's off island, and she's like, "Yeah, there was a party over the weekend?" I'm like, "Yeah, I know." She says, "Did you hear that the lady that was throwing the party got arrested?"
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard. Apparently, and I'm going, wow, I have not seen it yet in the magistrate report. And I've been scouring the magistrate reports over the last couple of days. So I don't have any details on it, but is it some kind of disorderly conduct or something like that? So was the arrest made because she threw a party? Or was the arrest made because she was mouthing off to the cop?
She made a scene.
I know my rights, pig.
She made a scene.
I ain't no snitch. Is that what happened? So the answer is I don't know. But I don't want to obviously risk our good name by throwing some kind of a party.
Whatever's left of it.
Whatever we haven't totally trashed in the course of the program.
Well, we've been talking about this pandemic
for a year. It feels like for a year. It feels like for so long. And now you got there's great revelations here. Is public health able to enforce their own mandates? Is the question that they're asking on KUAM News. Apparently they just keep going down to McCrouds.
Well, in the PDN yesterday, the Levan Camacho says community policing and self-regulation are far more important than criminalizing violations.
No more community policing. No more community policing. I've had it. That's the thing that people are freaked out about now, right? It's not so much that maybe the police might find out about your illegal, illicit, immoral activities on their own. It's just that there is down the street from where you live is a Karen.
Hallway
down the street,
monitor.
Is the hallway monitor for the village. There's somebody there that's watching the streets, counting the cars.
Yeah. And I've passed an establishment. I won't say which one, but when we were passing, I said, "Oh, that's a lot of cars in the parking lot." I'm not calling it in. Have fun, guys.
Right on. Live your lives. Live your lives.
I'm
be
not
free.
going in there, but have fun, guys.
I was talking to somebody about that yesterday, and she flat turned around and walked away from me. Because she says, people shouldn't do that. You should stay home. And I'm like, yeah, I'm from a planet where I'm over 18 years of age and can make decisions about how I want to live my life. And as long as I'm personally not endangering anybody, as long as I'm not coughing and breathing into a sicker old person's face, I think I'm going to be okay. And I think they're going to be okay as long as you can be 6 feet away from me and wear your dang mask, right? So leave me alone. And she kind of looked like, ooh, something shiny way over there. And she turned around and walked away over there. That's okay.
And that's okay.
I'm better for the experience. It's a free exchange of ideas here, and I think that's...
And, something to also consider.
We should wrap. This should be a wrap.
Public Health also issued a correction today that 3 out of the 33 that they reported confirmed 3 days ago were actually negative. So, I mean, how many mistakes have they made?
I don't know.
It's
the number. You want to get into the numbers. We get Macros on the line. We'll get Shea on the line. Tom Shea seems to be, I think, is going to do something. Did you see his post today?
I know.
I'll find it.
He's
Tom
not my
Shea,
friend on Facebook.
he posted something. He's going to be, what's the name of that yellow guy from,
the Bumblebee.
Bumblebee. I think
Transformer.
Right. I think he's going to bring Bumblebee out to entertain the kids for Halloween.
It's a drive-through.
Oh.
Is it a drive-through?
He said he's gonna have candy tossed into the vehicle. And keep social distance. But
candy. Wait,
they can roll in and see his cars too.
Okay, I'm not interested in that anymore. Okay, so write this down. Write this down. Candy cannon.
No.
Candy cannon.
Candy cannon.
Like the T-shirt cannon.
Like the T-shirt cannon.
That's
Wear your helmets, kids.
So yeah. Goggles, helmets, all of this stuff. Mask up when you come by the house. Yeah. Jolly Ranchers. And we'll load it every time new car comes up. We'll just load the thing up. Put some gasoline, kerosene. What do you want to do for the propellant?
Yeah.
What are you thinking? Dave,
gasoline.
Dave Torrey, I know you're out there. Dave, I'll need a design. I'll need some kind of a design.
To you.
Rico Blankenfleur, we'll need some kind of a platform. I'm thinking of a Toyota 4x4 pickup. Huh? We're just out the back of the thing. Welcome to the program, Excuse the Mess. All right, Ray Gibson Show, Montecillo Tyrants over there, obviously, and we got Real Joe Cruz. Get the phone when you call it, 888-8255. 888-TALK is the telephone number. The meme machine is online this morning. That's how we got our title today. I got Governor Lou's new pandemic mascot, Victor Vector, the Wuhan bat, ladies and gentlemen. What's the name of that woman? Rodriguez, the one that runs local promos. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Jennifer Rodriguez.
Yes.
Somebody get Dave Torrey. We'll need a design. Romeo. No, did you see the T-shirts Romeo's going to make for us? I think I might be able to get the thing up on the screen a little bit later on. But yeah, we'll need a design for Victor Vector, the Wuhan bat. We'll make it like a cuddly toy. We'll make it like a little cuddly thing. A bat.
The mascot.
The mascot for our COVID-19 year. That maybe is
bat.
Coming to an end. 988-5874, guys, is the meme machines number and all of that stuff. So where do we get to go today? As I said, there's a ton of stuff to talk about. Speaking of warm and cuddly, let's get these guys introduced here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Got a new name. It's Brunette Carlene Harker saying off a day, Ray. Right click there, Joe.
Brunette.
I'm just looking at some of the late responses here. I get Jose Martinez says CO2 should be our propellant because there's plenty of it. You can get just as much as you need from over at the legislature. Useless legislature. Hashtag dumbest bunch ever. And that's even been reinforced by Jim Moylan. You know, they get the last 2 weeks before the election here, and they go through the last of the sessions before the actual election. Man, that would have been time for everybody to just come out with your best stuff. Come out swinging. This is it. You know, all of the things, the entire year and a half, year and 3 quarters that we've been in the legislature has been building up to this one moment, this noisy crash and crescendo of legislative goodness. And so what did we get? We get they did pass the bill on the wreath insurance.
Baby jabs.
Yeah.
No haymakers.
No haymakers. No nothing here. Just the love taps. There is a significant number of incumbents that just aren't being asked back to the dance. I'll bet you. I don't want to say call Maria Pangolina because she's going to say they're not looking into the ballots. I'll bet they are. I'll bet there's somebody over at the Election Commission just another one for him, another one for him. Man, nobody's voting for her. I'm not surprised. So where are we? 6:24 in the morning, and the names, top 10 names. And I got the top 10 names off the app on the phone, which are revealing that. And Rico it might be different for Rico. I just see that Pam Duvall, Rico Blankenfleur, and 12 other people are watching with you, and that was the first notice that I got. As far as individual names popping up, Sherry Iriarte. There's Jay Rojas.
Happy birthday, Jay.
Happy birthday, Jay.
Janice Wong is there. Dave Torrey, who is now doing the design for the Ray Gibson Show Candy Cannon.
He's working on it.
I guarantee. We'll have it. He's going to bring rolled up plans to us later on for the thing. You get Ismail is there. Oh yeah, Dave. If you need anything, find Israel. Right click on Israel. Send him Ismail. Send him a message. Tell him what it is that we're looking for. Because dude, that guy thinks in mil-spec. He totally thinks in mil-spec.
Wolverines.
I bet he's probably already got it. He's probably got something that we might be able to transform to our peculiar needs here. Post Canteen's online. Post Canteen used this stuff in Vietnam. He was there. He was hunting Charlie with the Charlie Candy Cannon. James Howard made it this morning.
Barracuda 7?
I think so. Nate Horn saying, good morning, Guam. I got Mark Mendiola online and Pam Duvall, Bennett Lujan, Duenas, Hafa Anthony Bennett, Mark Cruz is doing the wave. Dennis Larson is another guy we could get in on the Candy Cannon wave.
And we got a Biba Mark Mendiola because he's running for re-election to the Board of Education.
He didn't win yet? They got to do the election.
Yeah, he's doing a good job on the board.
All right, you're our pal. We're going to vote for you and tell everybody we know to vote for you. Cheryl Ochai is there. Enrico B., John Barcina, St. Nicholas, J.B. St. Nicholas online this morning.
Our Ross shopper.
Ken Brown, Anne-Marie Sablon Trousseau. There's Lady D. Sarah Garin, so pretty. And Sharon Tobin, so pretty online this morning. Kennedy Robinson is watching the program. So is Lucia Fleming Wood and John Anthony Q. Tenorio watching the program here. I got Kev Kanata, Francie Solis, Nick Perlowski's online. Good morning to Henry Menglotnya, Roki, Mike R. Martinez, Manny and Ning Reyes, and Anthony Perez are watching the program. Lady D's there, as I said, Paul Perez, Will Cruz, and Sonia Limes Kelly is there. Wow, Real Joe Cruz.
Morning, Real Joe.
How about that?
Happy birthday.
John Paul St. Nicholas and Melanie Untalan are in the program stream. Tommy Bernardo, Jerome McDonald is watching from California. Evergreen South saying half a day, Guam. Oh, Evergreen South. I got a picture. I can't show it online. She didn't tell me I could show it online, but I got this just outrageously good-looking girl who is, I believe, sitting on your pier down south holding a Corona.
A beer.
Yes. That's what people going, oh, it's a pretty girl. What kind of beer is that? Marjon Conception is there. Let me say Tommy Bernardo, Elaine Muya Perez, and Patty Cruz. Good morning to Lois Gumatautau, Randy Kruger, MP Ogo. There's Joe Dizon, Paul Cruz. Any relation to maybe? Hey, look, Bill Cruz is online, Mon, huh?
Hey, Bill, we're glad you're doing better.
Glad you're back. Sabine Chargaloff, best of wishes to you. Felix Bumba, Francie Solis, and Joe Dizon. Velma Solis, Molly Olivares is hanging out with us this morning. Hoffer Ricky Woodall, and Van Ash Luke. Didn't that sound like one of those things where, you call into the PA system at the airport? Yeah, could you page Mr. Van Ash Luke? If I say it more, are there people giggling like Beavis and Butthead now as I'm saying that name?
Your mom's looking for you.
He doesn't even know. Alex Affleck, Jess Mendiola, Valerie Tenodra, and Jocelyn Napatir hanging out with us online. Rudy Rodolfo from BK is there. So is Ken Augustin, Carmen Gata Guzman, Alfred Wayne Cabo, and let me see if I'm starting to repeat some names here. Marco Bill, Bill Pettit, Bob Ellsworth, Rick Leone, and Lee Stolley are watching the program here today. CJ Rojas' name again. Cyrus, I'm not going to say your last name, is online this morning. I just can't. Carmen Mikkel, good morning to you. Dennis Benzer is online with us this morning. And so is Ed Napati, Christine Kitigua. People right-clicking. Oh, definitely right-click on this one. Teacher turned counselor. Kat Phillips Uggan is online. Good morning, Wen. And Verna Patrick Seguenza, Anthony Mendiola. That's ton, as in, hey, I don't like your ton. Gallagher Bolotolo Gretchen Lanzo. I got the whole name right this morning.
Wow.
We're gonna go hang out at at McCrouts again on Saturday. No, I'm serious. No, that's where I met her and Lester.
Oh yeah,
that's where I met those guys. It was over at McCrouts before the police came.
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe that's just established full time. We'll just make it a police precinct down there. That way you don't have to drive down. Because like I said, if somebody has to drive all the way to Malolo, there's going to be a citation.
Yeah,
if Karen calls in and we got to get in the squad cars, call the agriculture guys and say, all right, mount up. We got to go to McCrouts again. Somebody's going to get cited. But we're all going to be hanging out. We'll social distance. What do you say, Gallagher? I got, as I said, Wen is there. Eunice Mendiola, Hoffa, Janet, Tau, Persia, J.M. Garcia, Potluck Bradford. I love that name. Potluck Bradford.
Yeah.
You know what's great about elections is there's so many new accounts that get created. There's so many new accounts that get created. And if you all, they're all the same kind of, I don't know, underwear model-looking girls, and there's only 3 pictures. And they're already being followed by Bobby Shringy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lisa and Joy is there. Sabine and, Dot Lucaela is online. MJ Borja. James Lester Lonzo is present and accounted for this morning. Ronnie Lansing, George Martinez. Hey, where's real former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez?
I'm...
We need our sunshine.
Yeah, bring it back.
I'm distressed all of a sudden. Gary Shawnoles is there. Anna Leoncio Kilroy. Simon Sanchez is online. Great to see your name again. Gina Mercado. Buy Bargain Barter is watching the program with us. What do you have to buy, bargain and barter? You know, that's the way it's going to be in the Iron Age that's coming now after COVID-19. We're going to be looking for all of those kinds of things. And can I put the message out now? And I'll get back to all the rest of the names. Can I start putting the message out now that we need BeetleNet?
Oh, well, yeah.
How's your stash? Has your stash gone petrified already?
It's gone. It's been months.
It's been It's been a while. So this is how bad. This is what I've been reduced to. My dear people of Guam, this is what I've been reduced to. Okay, so this has been in my office behind my desk for 2-3 months, maybe
more.
Now, as anybody knows, probably longer than that. As anybody knows, obviously the husk is going to dry out, and eventually the nut inside will dry out as well. You know, climate-controlled room. And so now the other thing is this is changa. And normally I'd throw it out, but I knew I'm going to get desperate at some point. So I'm chewing on petrified chunga. Now what will happen is I'll open this up, pop it into my mouth at some point in the program, and it becomes an all-day sucker. Literally, I go through 2 pieces of BeetleNet a day because it's like taking a piece of hardwood from like the hardwood store next to Rev and Tax and just putting that in your mouth and just waiting for it to slowly break into little tiny bits and pieces. So let me know if you got something happening on your tree. And I'll pay you for it if money is still good in this economy.
Yeah.
But if
His
not...
His hands are shaking.
Is there maybe... starting to smell like cat pee. But if there's a service I can do for you in exchange for BeetleNet, as I said, in this iron age that we're living in right now.
I have a few on my tree, but they're green.
They got to be, it's so green now. I have...
But I don't know. I'm not a pugwet chewer, so I don't know if they're too green to chew.
No such thing now. No, when you're desperate, this is my mom talking now.
Oh my gosh! Remember when she would chew the Chinese, the little tiny Chinese?
Yes, the little red ones. Don't pick them up off the ground to get them on the tree, Mom, because you pick them up, that's where the dog pees. Don't eat those.
Yeah.
So yeah, Mama do this now. This is I have been this desperate before, where I start going to the mom and pop stores and get the green ones, the Micronesians chew.
Yeah,
but I don't chew the green part. I just open it up and take out. It's like jelly.
Ew.
When it's like that. So you scoop them out and then you leave them out to dry a little bit.
Yeah,
and then it's almost palatable.
You don't put the cigarette in the
no.
Whatever that is,
methamphetamine. Now, that's the big deal. Anyway, 6:33 in the morning. You want to get started on some talk radio stuff? We can get around to doing that. Let me just take care of the headlines first with Montecillo Tyron. Come back with you with all of the big stories that I think are going to be interesting for us today.
81 new cases of coronavirus confirmed yesterday, bringing the total positive cases on Guam to 3,756. The Department of Youth Affairs also confirmed an officer has tested positive for COVID-19. The officer was off duty when symptoms were first noticed and proceeded to be tested. Currently, the officer is on leave. Now, visitation and appointments at DYA have been canceled for the time being, but they will be available virtually. Senators will be in a public hearing today to address a bill that would give additional funding to public health. That starts at 9, and then at 12:30, a hearing on another couple bills. One deals with the renewal of declarations of public health emergencies, and the other creates a pandemic bill of rights. Those hearings being held via Zoom. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Sorry, busy right-clicking. It's 6:34 in the morning. Where do we start? Trying to get an answer to the question, where is former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez after these?
With scammers getting bolder and more creative, here is a tip to help protect yourself. We will never ask for confidential information such as account numbers, passwords, PINs, or your social security number. If you receive a call or email from someone claiming to be from your financial institution, do not give them any information or click on any of the links. For more on how to protect yourself, visit the Federal Trade Commission website. This scam protection tip is brought to you by Bank of Guam, member FDIC.
What's the matter with you people? What's going on? I got Bill Cruz chiming in. My nuts are drying out also. I'm not going to dignify that with a response.
Galen, ease up on his medication.
Yeah, right. Gerald Young, I'm here. Morning, Ray Mana and Joe James Howard. So smoke quality saliva cannabis? You mean sativa? What are you talking about here? More better, 17% THC will be smooth. 17% THC. That sounds like I need to go to sleep right now smoking. Tommy Bernardo, can I trade Pugwa for first place login credits? Absolutely. Absolutely, you can. Can I borrow your water blaster, too? You can be first place for a week if you let me borrow your water blaster. Let me see here. I got, what's that? Ed Napati says, got some in Fairfax, Virginia. What's that Ed Napati has in Fairfax, Virginia? Pugwa? Oh, this is useless without pictures, my friend. Let's get something going here. Andrew Camacho with it. This is a vital question. Is it possible to rehydrate Pugwa, soak it in water or bourbon? When I was growing up, Grandma had a couple of barrels, and she would take the barrel. She would take betel nut, throw them in the barrel, and it would stink to high heaven. But the nuts were always preserved. They almost fermented. I mean, it was a real. It was a stinky. Nobody's gonna kiss you. Maybe for days, for weeks. No amount of brush teething is gonna get rid of all of that either. So yeah, it is possible to keep them wet. Some people say put them in the freezer; they'll last longer. But the white material on the inside goes bad after time. Sprinkle grated Pugwa over your cornflakes. It can be done. We are that desperate. So 6:37 in the morning. I'm supposed to be telling you about Subway? Is that the deal? Maybe, I don't know, a little bit more warning here so I can actually go out and find which copy it is that I'm supposed to read. No, I got to do this. I got to do this right. Number one, because they're paying for it. And number two, they got a new kind of sandwich that we want you to try out there. Sometimes you see it up on the screen. Mix it up with Subway's new barbecue chicken sandwich. Tender strips of chicken topped with sweet barbecue sauce and fresh baked bread. Try it today over at Subway.
Okay, Google. Hey, Siri. Hi, Bixby.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Open the Point app. Opening.
Live stream, on demand, swap stations. Check out the visual radio. Get the free app available on the App Store and Google Play, or go to thepoint.gu.
Don't ask me if I'm paying attention to the actual job I'm supposed to be doing. Let me see. Right now, traffic. I got the gizmo up on the screen. All right, on screen, there it is. Is there any traffic down around PD as usual at this time today? A little bit slower, probably because of all of the rain that has fallen island-wide last night. So drive to the conditions out there. Otherwise, don't see too much happening up at north end of town, central part of Dededo and upper Tumuning. Doesn't look like anything more than intersection traffic right now. And down at Big Navy, nothing. It's going to be a great morning to drive. Enjoy it at 6:38. Right now, traffic on the point.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
got to get some details on this. Lee Weber sending me, this is breaking news here this morning. Apparently, a yodeling contest in Europe has been blamed for an outbreak of COVID-19. There's not much of a link that I might be able to do, but I do have a couple of pictures that have come in. Pirates Cove this morning, and you know they're coming in later because sunrise is coming in later. So if you're sitting around while the news is on going, wonder if Ray's going to show a picture from Pirates Cove, you can't do it while the news is playing because it's not up yet. 6:11, 6:12 this morning for a sunrise and another gorgeous morning out at on the eastern side of the island. And if I get motivated, might do one a little bit later on where I show you some of the pictures that I was able to snag last night of sunset. Not anything spectacular, but it was a decent night out, decent sunset. 20 away from 7 o'clock in the morning. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. Are there incredible stories that we can talk about here this morning? No, I just made that up. I was just trying to keep you listening longer, saying, hey, got all these big stories coming up a little bit later on. Who's on one? I got to reload.
The other governor.
Oh, already?
Yes.
The other governor, Kenley Guerrero, is already online?
He quit decaf.
Let's bring in the music, shall we? It's one of those things where we got Kenley Guerrero, a man who needs no introduction, but won't work without one, is the thing. So when we bring him into the broadcast, the other Governor LG. Good morning, Ken. Attention, subjects.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I sent you, I actually had a picture of the other governor and her new Adelup mascot. I sent the picture to you.
So we've already got the design.
On your WhatsApp.
Oh, right on. All right, Victor Vector, the Wuhan bat. There it is, Adelup's mascot, Victor Vector, the Wuhan bat. You know, I think the kids would love to see one of these things under the Christmas tree if we're allowed to have one this year. You know, if we don't have one of these restrictions, hey, that's a great idea. Let's take all these masks and we'll make them like Christmas ornaments. If you doesn't everybody have like 20 masks now? Ken, how many masks do you have?
Yeah.
I have a bunny rabbit outfit from Easter.
In my car.
Interesting.
I got a box of 50 that I keep in my car.
Okay, so I might actually be a public health nuisance because when I go next door, this office here, because we're all siloed and everything, this office here is not a mandatory mask office, right? Because everybody's got their own individual offices or studios, so I don't generally worry about that. Next door, it's a little bit busier and there's a lot more people in there. Plus, it's a retail space as well. So when I go next door, I have to mask up. For when I'm checking the mail or talking with partners or whatever, so I got to mask up when I go next door, and so I have the same mask when I go next door, the same one that they gave me in March. I use it once a day for about 15 minutes, and then it goes right back on my desk. Is it possible that there could be some vectors in that you know what? It's probably saving my life. Come to think of it, it could be something in the mask now that counteracts the COVID-19. Anyway, no, I like that. I like the image that we've got up on the screen, and we'll send that to Romeo Miranda and see if he wants to play around with that.
Well, what we're also looking at right now is we are entering the most dangerous time for citizens, and that is after the election, because right now, there's so much pork barrels lined up to roll. And after the election, all these senators who get unelected now have incentive to vote for these pork barrels in hopes that they will get a job with their new benefactors. I'm talking specifically Bill 368. I've got a lawsuit that I filed against government of Guam over Bill 30, which took $30 million out of our revenue stream and passed it on to Guam Regional. And everybody's complaining, where are we going to get the money to build Guam Memorial Hospital? Well, that $30 million a year would have paid the debt service and more on building a new Guam Memorial Hospital. But instead, we're moving it over to pay off the mortgage on Guam Regional Medical Center. And so now we're going to have to come up with another $30 million to pay for what I'm sure is going to be introduced and passed, building a new hospital, because it'll be the biggest pork barrel out there, and all the supporters will want to get in on the ride. But the problem is, we taxpayers are the ones who are going to have to pay for it. So you look at 44,000 households who already have an incredible tax burden to bear right now. And now out of those 44,000 households, about 25 or 30,000 of those households have no income. And when the unemployment runs out at the end of the year, they're really going to be up a creek, because we have two things happening at the end of the year. No more unemployment assistance, and the moratorium on evictions and repossessions expires as well.
I was looking at some numbers out of Hawaii. I think somewhere around 11,000 people are behind on their rent and facing eviction.
Yeah. And so we're looking at probably similar numbers here, and it's between a rock and a hard place for renters who don't have a job and can't pay the rent, but also the landlords who borrowed money to build these rentals, and now they're in danger of having their investments repossessed as well. So that's why I'm worried about all the legislation that's pending, that's going to be passed in the final session, so that the exiting senators will be able to get jobs.
Everybody, and now more than ever, keep your eye on the bouncing balls in the senators that are bouncing out of the legislature. Where are they going to end up, and what will they be managing? How are they going to benefit from actually losing the election? You go, wait a second, how is that possible? Is it lose the election and there's some kind of a benefit? Of course. Just keep an eye on those kinds of things, and it will become self-evident. With Jim Moylan,
two bills. In particular, the one that's going to put choice back into the health care for government of Guam. So that'll go from $30 million a year to $40 million a year. And then there's that new one that is going to be going out. And there's going to be a vote in November or December, and that's the one to award a contract to to a politically well-connected insider to collect taxes for cigarettes for the government of Guam.
Right. I recall. I'm wondering who these people are going to be and how lucky. Wow, what incredible luck they had, being in the right place at the right time when that procurement finally broke. 6:47 in the morning. Ken, I'm going to let you run. It's always a delight talking with you. I realized that he was probably wanted to do a thing about, reminding people to vote early and vote often or something along those lines. Yeah, phone. It's Maria Pangolina knows how to do that. Just give her a call if you want to get it in. I'm not. Mon and I've talked about this. I believe that our intentions are similar. We're waiting for an October surprise. We're waiting for an October surprise. Virtually, my ballot, if you look at it, and I've been trying to flesh it out a little bit, my ballot right now has virtually no incumbents with a check mark next to it. I just can't tell you how disappointed I am in this bunch. We got a bunch of confirmations that came out yesterday. As I said, it was the last of the sessions before the election. This would be the one. If you were an incumbent, this would be the one, especially if you were an incumbent on the fence somewhere, on the bubble, not sure if you're in or out, and were you going to come in at number 15, or are you going to be bounced to 16, 17, whatever. Now would have been the time for you to come out and actually, come out with your legislative guns blazing.
Flex.
Yeah, flex, but there's no flex. But Ken makes a good point. Ken makes a good point. Now, once they go lame duck after the election, what's gonna happen? How much pork barrel stuff? I'll use the words. How much pork barrel legislation are we going to see between now and the inauguration?
All of the concessions, all of the things that have been pushed aside for the last 2 years. Just give it to them. They're leaving anyway.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's going to be junk legislation, or it's going to be legislation that helps line a nest, if you will, so everybody has a little bit of a soft landing. Know what I mean?
And then in the post, Jim Moylan raises concern, like we've addressed all of these bills. We passed a bunch of legislation, none of which dealt with the pandemic.
Exactly.
And then the question is, what did you introduce? What did you bring to the floor?
Well, he's got a number of measures that he's brought to the floor, but I mean, he's always been upside down on them because he's a boy in the minority as opposed to being a girl in the majority. So, I mean, that's always been something that he's been able to fall back on. Pandemic relief out of sight, out of mind for Guam senators. Here's the editorial from the Guam Daily Post. I won't read the whole thing. None of the proposed laws that made it to the the Ready for Voting file would offer immediate relief to many struggling to survive as the pandemic has taken from many households, especially those not in the welfare system, their ability to support their families for much longer, right? And it's an important point that they make at the end of it. With the November 3rd election so close, what we are really seeing the current crop of elected officials' true colors. Perhaps those who have been negatively impacted, including the 30,000 plus private sector workers, will remember the inaction of elected officials when they go to the voting booth. So if you're mad, if you are one of those guys that is going to be in your car, maybe already in your car at the mayor's office in Telefofo this morning, waiting for the commodity distribution, this is what you need to be thinking about as you're going to the polls. Forget the pretty faces that are waving from the roadsides. Forget about all of the banners and all of the signs that you've got on the side. Forget all that. Just take a look at some of these guys and go, wow, you haven't done jack for me. Look at me. I'm in a car at 7 o'clock in the morning trying to go get some food because I'm not working right now. Whatever money I've got to go to electricity and pay doctor bills and all of that stuff, and I need the free food that the government is handing out. That's what we've turned our island into, is an island of beggars.
And then,
no help from the legislature.
With the newcomers coming in, you have to go and address them and talk to them and say, what are you going to do on day one? Because just voting for them by the sake of them not being incumbents isn't doing you any good either, unless you know what they're going to stand for when they get in there.
Well, so try to pick some people that have got either some business experience or brains. There's all these people that will dazzle you with pretty words like dignity. Like the dignity of the people of Guam, resilience, all of that. Yes, tell me I'm resilient again while I'm in line begging for food. Can we do that? Yes. And the dignity of being in the car at 7 o'clock in the morning at the mayor's office, trying to get some food from there. I was accosted by my mayor yesterday. Saw me buying beer, and he says, "Hey, swing by the mayor's office tomorrow. We've got some commodities, fruits or something like that." And I said, "No, that's okay." And he was kind of insistent. He said, "No, really, we've got the food." And I said, "Mayor, I don't need this. Give it."
But if you don't
I know
take
that there's
it, though,
families here.
What
I know
do they do with it if you don't take it?
No, I
it
think
doesn't go to somebody. Does it get discarded?
I think they're making aguardiente with it.
Is that like gel wine?
I suppose. Okay.
Apple cherry wine, something like that. I don't know what they're doing with it. I would hope that they're able to distribute it to the people in need. Ray Gibson, at this point, is not in any kind of need, and I would prefer that it went out to members of the community that do need the stuff. 6:52 in the morning. So the other day, remember we were talking with Jay Rojas the other day?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so front page, today's Guam Daily Post. Sorry, a lot of stuff in my head. Tourism gearing up for early 2021 reopening. Said that about July, didn't they?
Wow.
Remember, hey, we're going to start bringing people back. 5 days. You get here for 5 days or less, we don't have to quarantine. We're going to be all right. But now they're saying, well, it looks like early 2021, January, maybe February, according to Sonny Addo over at the Guam Visitors Bureau. I got my fingers crossed. But the question still pops into my head. What are they going to do when they get here? Where will they go? What will they do? And we were talking with Jay Rojas the other day about the experience, what they were expecting getting into Oahu. Well, they got some numbers. I have some numbers on what day one was like. With the launch day of Hawaii's pre-travel testing program, Hawaii Tourism Authority reports that 3,189 passengers who arrived in Hawaii Thursday said they were there for pleasure or vacation. 3,100 souls flying into Oahu and other destinations to go and get something going. Another 74 were on the island to get married or enjoy a honeymoon. Aww. About 500 people marked other business when asked for the reason for their visit. Meanwhile, about 1,600 folks said they were in Hawaii to visit friends or relatives. 1,300 passengers say they were returning residents, and 400 said they were intended residents or members of the military or federal government. Oahu, with the biggest number of arriving passengers with nearly 5,000. Maui came in at number 2 with 1,675 arrivals. Lieutenant Governor Josh Green said the total number of passengers traveling Thursday was 10,120, a figure that also included inter-island arrivals. Of that total, 1,400 passengers had to go into quarantine because they did not submit a negative COVID-19 test or were awaiting the results of a test. The line is, I think 300 or 400 people are still waiting pending results. A few people just saw a very cheap ticket and jumped on it and didn't take the time to go to the website and see that they had to do a pre-test program. I feel badly for them, but that's a very small percentage. of people that we feel badly about.
And do they have to pay for their own
Exactly
quarantine?
what I'm thinking.
I think
I'm
the
almost
government's
positive
not paying
no.
for theirs.
Why would the government? I mean, it's not like
it's not like here.
Right? Returning residents, come on in. Here's your vacation at the Duce.
My.
Yeah, so I mean, 2 weeks in a Hawaii restaurant, a Hawaii hotel, guaranteed that they're going to be. Guaranteed that they're going to be going out on that. There is, I want to say, there's at least one more story on the hospitality industry in Oahu. Trans-Pacific travel at Kona Airport. Now, this is another one of those destinations where they got into. By most accounts, the first day did not go as planned. So, guys in the hospitality industry, airport, GVB, et cetera, listen to what we're saying here, because this could be the harbinger what it will be like for us on day one when we start bringing airplane rides in. 2 travelers from California had not received their test results when they landed in Kona on Thursday. They were told to quarantine until they received the results, which they did later in the evening. Even though they had negative results, they could not navigate the system and were told to return to the airport Friday. There just wasn't enough staff. Who is in control of this? Whoever it is, they didn't think this through, said the visitor, who did not want to be identified because she was waiting for somebody to help her. The experience was very harrowing, right? Yeah, I don't want to identify myself, otherwise they'll kick me out of the state or they'll lock me up. They've done that in Hawaii. They've locked up their quarantine jumpers. Airport and Hawaii County staff made adjustments Friday, and the process went somewhat streamlined. All travelers need to create an account with the state's Safe Travel Program, something we're not talking about here, before arriving. Once all of their information is entered into the system, passengers receive a quick response code. After deplaning, travelers went through thermal temperature screening monitored by the National Guard. How warm and comforting is that?
AR-15s.
Aloha. Bend over. Then passengers proceeded to the Safe Travel Checkpoint where their QR code is checked. For inter-island flights, passengers were separated. Trans-Pacific arrivals sent for a rapid test, while those traveling within the state were ordered to quarantine. Per the mayor, a line of passengers snaked through the new Transportation Security Administration area Friday afternoon. There, each person's information was manually recorded and a rapid test administered at one of 4 stations. Passengers were sent to a holding pen then until results were available.
Holding pen?
Doesn't that sound, oh my God, doesn't that sound like fun? Hey kids, let's go to Hawaii. Let's go to, yes, we herd us like cattle all the way through the airports. This is why, guys, I'm not interested in traveling, but if there are people now in the world, in our source markets like Hawaii, not Hawaii, but Korea, Japan, Taiwan, as the governor says, Governor Gutierrez, I mean, as... Yeah. Got to keep it straight in your head. Huh? Make credit where credit is due. But anyway, so you got all these guys that maybe are thinking about traveling to Guam. That's there, but for the grace of God, go us, right? We got to make sure that we have got a streamlined system that everybody, when they get on the airplane, I'd volunteer for this. I'll fly to Japan. I'll fly to Tokyo, and I will, before everybody gets on the plane, I will ask them in my broken Japanese, "Minasama, Yokso." I will make sure you have your negative test in hand, because I don't want anybody to have to come back. I want everybody to have a good time. And somebody, literally, I'm serious, concierge every flight out from Japan, Korea, because there aren't going to be that many. You could probably get away with it. I'll do it. Especially the Koreans. But we'll get these guys, and somebody will literally hold their hand from the departure into the Guam International Airport, and then hustle them through customs, quarantine, whatever the mitigations are supposed to be, and all of the things that we've got to do. There's got to make sure that there's somebody there that has got a warm, intelligent, friendly face, nice smile, and can take people through all of this stuff.
Fast track, yeah.
Yeah, because, I mean, look, you've gone through the airport in Hawaii, haven't you? I mean, sometimes flying through, sometimes you're going to be sticking around. And there is a very unfriendly go-away vibe I get whenever I'm there. And we got to make sure that we are absolutely the opposite of that. So, Governor Gutierrez, I know you're listening. Ponder the idea. It ain't going to cost all that much more to have somebody like me get on an airplane first class and get out to Japan and fly. I will personally fly everybody through. I will be Guam's ambassador. I will be the concierge first class to bring all of these people to Guam, hold their hands through a very streamlined, friendly Hafa-day process when they arrive on Guam. Hey, you guys like my pen? There's a story behind it. I went to Asia Pacific Investors yesterday, and there's a story behind my pen. You know what? There's places They're locked the doors. They're open, but the door is locked. Why is that? COVID-19 is the why. Anyway, more on that a little bit later on if I remember. Do me a favor, could you do me a big favor, everybody, and just share the hell out of the program this morning? Let everybody know that this is where you're coming for news and information and a healthy dose of good-natured entertainment. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. KUSG Hagutnia 93.3. This is The Point.
Bold predictions from the president. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
We're going to have the greatest victory. We will have a victory that will supersede our other victory.
President Trump on a conference call with campaign staffers earlier today, telling them not to believe reports he's losing before holding 2 rallies in Arizona, while Joe Biden takes some time off the trail for debate prep. Fox's Jackie Heinrich.
Joe Biden did leave home to tape a 60 Minutes interview. He did not answer reporter questions as they were shouted at him. He's got a pretty light schedule this week. No public events as he's preparing to face off with President Trump on Thursday for the final debate. The Trump campaign indicated the president is changing his strategy. He wants to allow Joe Biden to give fuller answers, and he wants answers on the Hunter Biden email story.
Biden has called that a smear campaign. His running mate, Senator Kamala Harris, was on the trail today in Florida, where it's the first day of early voting. It's also the last day to register in another battleground, Pennsylvania, where state elections officials say they've already set a record with more than 9 million voters in the state. After another round of coronavirus relief talks, a spokesman for House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she and the Treasury Chief Steve Mnuchin continued to narrow their differences. But Pelosi has also said tomorrow is the deadline to get a stimulus deal done before the election. White House spokeswoman Alyssa Farah telling Fox News earlier today.
This 48-hour deadline is really an artificial deadline. The American people need help. We're going to get it to them, whether it's 72 hours, 24 hours, or longer.
The president says he doesn't think Pelosi really wants a deal before Election Day. Fading hopes, getting at least part of the blame for a sell-off on Wall Street. The Dow dropped 410 points. California, one of the states planning its own review of a potential vaccine once the FDA approves one for emergency use. Governor Newsom just naming a scientific panel to verify the safety of a vaccine. America is listening to Fox News.
Iran kacaman mepit COVID-19 o sa tarela kamu menembam kan ho memaka. Makam kan makamagis soma menlau de ko seli o mimichani. Nakapam makamagis an kekelelan soma kam kal silu eweo te John namanuni. Kam de awi lau kam luwachala pogana lesawas. Menlau sawas o tarela memakan o mejikan magayan soma niam bampaki kasantian tatanga mas irairan pishwano o quarantine. Mi irairtian juang aramas chikan makom kan magasoma. Kom tatanga quarantine makom matawa makom juang aramas ma positive o makom alakasaw makatete makom positive. Haleti sawas matang kendarela maur. Iropoches poidar sang namanaman ng Nanyelu, Micronesian Resource Center, o Station Gun and Choice Broadcasting. Kalangay.
Members of the same Russian hacking group accused of trying to interfere in the 2016 election are now charged in a series of cyber attacks.
Assistant U.S. Attorney General John Demers says 6 Russian military intelligence officers with GRU are charged with not only attacking Ukraine's energy grid in 2015, but of executing the infamous NotPetya attack, which caused billions of dollars in damages and lost information globally. They are also accused of interfering in the 2017 French elections and the 2018 Winter Olympics. Demers says 2 weeks ago, Russia asked for a reset on cyber relations with the U.S.
Its proposal is nothing more than dishonest rhetoric and cynical and cheap propaganda.
In announcing the charges, the FBI also thanked tech companies, including Google, Twitter, and Facebook, for assisting in this investigation. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
The U.S. effort to get more Arab countries to recognize Israel may end up getting Sudan off the U.S. list of state sponsors of terrorism. President Trump says that will happen if the African nation follows through on a pledge to pay more than $300 million to American terror victims and their families. A military-civilian government now rules Sudan on a fragile path path to democracy after an autocratic leader was overthrown last year. The Beach Boys' Brian Wilson is distancing himself from a Trump campaign fundraiser where the band reportedly performed for the president and his supporters.
The Beach Boys headlined a President Trump campaign event in Newport Beach Sunday, but Brian Wilson and Al Jardine had no idea about it. The touring version of the band, headlined by Mike Love, took part in a fundraiser in Orange County, but Wilson told Variety he had no knowledge of the event and found out by reading about it in the Los Angeles Times. He added, "We have absolutely nothing to do with the Trump benefits in Newport Beach, zero."
Fox's Michelle Polino. The last time the band performed together was for a 50th anniversary tour in 2012. Elisa Brady, Fox News.
Chili's has a dinner deal you can't miss. Enjoy a tasty appetizer, 2 bottomless Coca-Cola beverages, and 2 mouth-watering entrees, all for just $35. Treat yourself to entree options like our fall-off-the-bone baby back ribs, personal fajita with chicken, or the ultimate bacon burger. Chili's 2 for $35. Available daily from 3 p.m. to closing for patio dining or takeout. Chili's is located on the 2nd floor of the Tucumán Sands Plaza. Call 648-7377 to place your takeout order today. With Chili's, you can still savor the moment at home.
Half a day. This is Michelle from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam and on the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Half a day, it's 7:06. I'm Mona Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Senators passed a number of bills in session yesterday, those now to be sent to the governor for her review and action. One of the bills would increase the liability under the Government's Claims Act. Another establishes additional requirements before raises can be implemented for agency heads. A slew of other bills introduced and passed. Bill 2 authorizes school-located vaccination programs in Guam schools and institutions of higher learning. Also, Bill 372, which establishes a task force to explore reef insurance. And then Bill 90 provides for emergency procurement for threats to the environment, increasing transparency and improving emergency procurement. Again, the number of bills that were passed will be sent to the governor for her action and review and action. Elsewhere in the news from the legislature, a public hearing will be held today to address a bill that would give additional funding to the Department of Public Health, over $400,000 slated to be transferred to the agency. That hearing starts at 9 o'clock. And then at 12:30, another hearing on a bill that creates a pandemic Bill of Rights and another bill that deals with the renewal of declarations of public health emergencies. Those hearings all being held via Zoom. You can watch them on the legislature's YouTube channel. As well, written testimony can also be sent to Senator Therese Cherlahi's office. Well, 81 new cases of coronavirus were confirmed yesterday, bringing the island's total positives to 3,756. 68 people said to be in the hospital, with 14 of them in the intensive care units. There are 1,340 people in active isolation. Now, visitation and appointments at the Department of Youth Affairs have been put on hold after an officer there has tested positive. The population of the youth detention facility currently sheltering in place. Visitation has also been canceled, but virtual visits will be allowed. Atkins Kroll has announced it will also be temporarily closed, at least its corporate office and parts of their parts department. An employee there tested positive for COVID-19, and while the employee had no contact with customers, as a safety precaution, they are cleaning the facility. Other areas of AK, including the showroom, will remain open. Well, the Department of Public Health still conducting their outreach in the northern villages today, testing residents of Gilbaza and Zero Down. And while that's taking place, there is another effort taking place to crack down on businesses that are not following public health protocols. And citations have already been issued to a list of establishments from beauty to retail and even food establishments. According to a report in the Guam Pacific Daily News, 10 businesses have already been cited and possibly more over the last several days. The AG's office, in the meantime, is reviewing any referrals from public health for possible criminal charges. However, the PDN does point out that the AG's office also has emphasized that the data has shown nearly half of the cases with confirmed links were transmitted through households. The AG advises community policing and self-regulation remain the most effective method of limiting the spread of COVID-19. We'll have more news right after this.
It's time to mix things up at Subway. Come in and get Subway's new barbecue chicken sandwich. Tender chicken strips topped with generous portions of sweet barbecue sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Add on crisp lettuce, onions, and tangy pickles on your favorite freshly baked bread. Perfect to satisfy just about anyone's flavor craving. It's Subway's new barbecue chicken sandwich, available for a limited time only, so try it today. At Subway, make it what you want.
An off-duty police officer was placed under arrest after he allegedly shot off his gun during an argument in the Dededo area yesterday morning. Officer Matias Lizama was charged with suspicion of unlawful discharge of a firearm. Lizama is alleged to have been in a verbal disagreement when he fired off his weapon several times. Guam Police spokesman Sergeant Paul Tapau says that he was placed on administrative leave and an internal affairs investigation is underway. And just a reminder, senators will be going into a public hearing today on several bills. They are welcoming public testimony. You can send that to Senator Therese Terlahi's office. The public hearing that starts at 9 gives additional funding to the Department of Public Health. And then the second portion of that hearing goes over a couple of bills dealing with the pandemic. One would create a pandemic Bill of Rights. The other deals with the governor's continuation of the declaration of the public health emergency, and that hearing starts at 12:30. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Yeah, I'm not very excited about those bills. I took a look at them and just going, yeah, where's the beef? Or you know what? We gave you a resolution, the Ray Bob resolution. All you got to do is introduce that. Takes 8 people, and then we can have our lives back, and we don't have to worry about. And we do exactly what the AG says we should do.
Send that as part of your written testimony
for the thing.
For the thing, yeah.
Well,
you can send it to Therese Terlahi and say, this is my testimony. Here's my resolution.
Here's something that you can do right now, as opposed to pretending that you're doing something.
In fact, you can have several people introduce that as their testimony.
High risk of rip currents from this morning through late Wednesday night along east-facing reefs. That's the weather part of the program. Partly sunny today with scattered showers becoming isolated near noon. Expect some thunderstorms throughout the day. East winds up to about 15 miles an hour, and highs should be about 88 degrees. For tonight, much of the same. Mostly cloudy skies, isolated showers, and thunderstorms. Winds out of the east up to 15 miles an hour, and overnight lows should be 77 degrees. Might be a heat index today about 90. Sunrise this morning at 6:12. Sunset tonight is going to be at 5:58, getting earlier and earlier. We're losing daylight at this time of the year, and Real Joe knows why that happens.
It's the solstice of the Uranus.
I'm scratching my head for hippie words. I need more hippie words. Come on, guys. 7:12 in the morning. All right, that's news and weather together here on The Point.
Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified, serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs.
Today, indoor air quality is more critical than ever, and the experts at Carrier have a solution for your protection and peace of mind. Introducing Carrier's OptiClean air filtration system with HEPA filters and optional UV light accessories. Designed for hospital isolation rooms, yet versatile enough for businesses, schools, and other large areas. This machine can cover 1,500 square feet. It's compact, portable, and only runs on 110 power. Contact Carrier at 647-COOL to learn more.
All right. I was swigging there. There was a coffee swigging going on just prior to the microphone going on for the Wendy's commercial. They got the new pretzel bacon pub cheeseburger and pretzel bacon pub chicken sandwich on their made-to-crave menu. The burger stacked with a quarter-pound of juicy beef, Munster cheese, Applewood smoked bacon. Why haven't they brought any by here at the radio station here, Real Joe?
I have no idea. Maybe they
Are they selling out? Is that the problem? we wanted to bring some by the radio station, but Ray Gibson makes it sound so good. So much emphasis on the beer cheese sauce that by the time we were thinking about getting it out there, we've run out for the day.
They know what beer cheese does to you.
Smoky honey mustard.
Well, the thing is, I talked to June Espledon, who owns Wendy's.
I heard.
And he said that he would be bringing some by along with the tofu sandwiches
when those become available.
Yeah, so it's
all packed together in between soft, toasty pretzel buns. Get it with chicken or upgrade your combo with some bacon pub fries. Everybody's raving about it. You rave about it, too, at Wendy's locations all over Guam. The Ray Gibson Show, also brought to you by Ron and Kim and the team over at Security Title. And when I say team, I mean it. When I say team, I mean it. When you go in there, you know that you are in the midst of a well-functioning real estate title tracking. It's an organization. It's like a honeycomb with bees. And obviously Kim is the queen bee, and then you got Ron, but everybody else is pitching toward just making sure that your transactions go as smoothly as possible with Ron and Kim at Security Title.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Yes. Oh, and there's some really interesting stuff on the Facebook Live. Bottom line, some of it could actually get me sued, so be very, very careful. Elizabeth Gumatauta was listening to the broadcast this morning. Says, this is, you tune in, and the program makes her day every day. Thanks, Elizabeth. I like that. And she says, now, just for laughs, I wonder how Ramon would look in a grass skirt chewing pugwa. That picture may have already been taken.
I just got a visual.
I just got one, too.
Did you?
I may not be able to continue. That's just a little bit...
I know, Elizabeth. How about you? Got grass skirt?
I have one in a nursing outfit.
No.
No, Ray's already worn the nursing outfit a few times.
I do.
I just sent it right now.
I've actually got it. Did you send it to the family chat? To the points chat. Oh, lucky me. Okay. How about that?
I just so happened to have it up.
Just looking at it, just right there. It's in the favorites. She put a star on the thing. Okay. All right. This is a picture, and there's only one person. There are only a couple of people in the world that have ever gotten me to wear a dress. I'm not one of those. I'm not one of those guys, right? Because there's guys that secretly like it.
Tell the truth.
No, it's true. But anyway, so my beloved Auntie Annie Berdalio, who is of all of my aunties the favorite one, and so she asked me years ago to do help out with the congratulatory thing over at Guam Memorial Hospital for the Nurses Association, and I get there, and she starts laughing because she knows there's no way I'm going to say no to her, and she says, "Okay, here's your nurse outfit. Here's your hat. Right down to the orthopedic nurse's socks."
Wow.
The leggings. And that's, back in the 80s when they actually still wore that stuff. And so...
Against the grain, Ray.
Is that Ernie Espledon?
I don't know who that is. I don't know who the gentleman is, but that's Auntie Annie behind me. And like I said, she's the only person in the world that I would never, ever, 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 ever say no to. And she knows she had me hook, line, and sinker on this one. Now, there is somewhere around, floating around, maybe in my archives at home, a picture of me in a grass skirt because I'd been called up on stage to perform with Jimmy D and his girls or something. And, it was one of those where you can't say no. Because, you might get lucky with the girl, right? So, at any rate.
You weren't a bad-looking chick.
No, I wasn't. I fill out pretty good. There may be video around here as well. I performed with John Anderson. It was a fundraiser for somebody, and so there was a Phantom of the Opera thing. John was the Phantom, as you might imagine, and I was supposed to be dancing around with him. I played what was the name of the girl in the movie I played the part of?
Christine.
Christine?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I was Christine. And I remember we were all in the dressing room getting all made up and everything, and it was amazing because all of these guys all of a sudden found me very, very attractive because I was, wigged, makeup, and as I said, I could fill out a dress. And there's all these guys going, well, hello.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
Hello. I'm talking about the entire population of several Rotary clubs here.
Are we bragging now?
Yeah, I'm bragging. But I'm not one of those guys.
All of a sudden it became a peculiarity, and now...
And now I can't stop talking about it.
You can't talk about it, yeah.
You like me, don't you, huh?
I'm sorry. Where are we going to? So what were we going to talk about? John Onanich is online. Got to do some shout out to the guys that are on. Bruce Johnson's there. Case Sales, Vince Borja, soon to be Senator Vince Borja.
Hey, Biba.
Banani Sarkar is there. Sharon Tobin, and she sent me a video. You might actually be able to see it on the screen of a cat trying to get the fly off Mike Pence's head. It's hilarious. Mike Grace Blas online. Jerson Greeno, Andrew Camacho, Hank Borja, Joe T. Timinglo is online. Tim Lujan, yes, that one. Dennis Larson talking about Pirate Party. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Pirate Party. But we'd have to figure out how to do this so that we could actually literally repel borders from the Department of Public Health and Social Services. We're talking about how we're going to celebrate Halloween, which is coming up in just a few days.
Yeah,
and
right.
People are already getting arrested. I know of a party that took place Friday, Saturday night.
They got arrested?
And the person that threw the party is arrested. And like I said, I don't know if she was arrested because she was, through the party or because she was mouthing off to the cop. It could have been either one or both.
Word.
Word
to the wise.
What's the deal? You have the right to remain silent.
Yeah, do it.
But I don't have the ability to remain silent. James Lester Lonzo, Paul Russell is there. I got Linda Gabriel, Carlene Harker watching online here this morning, saying half a day, Ray. Nice to see your pretty face. Alexandria Affligui is there. Lee Udine and Henry Gonzalez from out in Vegas online here this morning. Henry, were you in the same church that Donald Trump was in? Did you see any of that on Twitter?
I didn't.
No, it's funny because it's some kind of religious service. And Donald Trump reaches into his pocket and pulls out not a wad of cash, but some folding money, and then was preparing to give it up. Now it's amazing how little some people in the country know, or how ignorant they perceive themselves to be. And they're like, "Oh, Donald Trump's just handing out money in Las Vegas, trying to buy votes," and we're going, "No." He's in church, and that's the tithing part of the whatever the mass is or whatever. At some point, there's an offertory. It happens in a lot of churches, and he just happened to be in one, and he knew what he was supposed to do, and did it. It's just a bunch of ignorant folks out there in the world. I got Pam Duvall there, Lady D, Marianne Rosansky is online, Jeff Pleadwell from Pirates Cove is there. See, at Jeff's place, we can repel borders. We can't. Only a limited number of ways in and ways out, and we can secure those with some warriors here. Von Taikenko is online. Napu Menglotnya, Janice Wong is there. Kathy Ilagan. Carmen Balaran, and as I said, Elizabeth Gumatauta watching the program here this morning. Just great to have a whole family lineup here. So 888-8255-888-TALK, bunch of stories, businessy kind of stories that we might be able to talk about. How is it? Raise of hands here. Who likes what's her name? Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez for her political savvy and her business mind. With raise your hands, everybody. Okay, how many of you think she's just cute?
Whoop, whoop, yay.
Jerry's not even, you don't think she's cute? Is it a little attractive?
I think all women are attractive.
Politician. Even me in a dress. Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. We must lift the Jones Act, which has exploited Puerto Rican consumers and strangled the economy, as noted in the
She's
Cato,
brilliant.
In the Cato Institute.
She's really cute, isn't she?
And she's cute now, too.
There we go. She used the 3-year anniversary of Hurricane Maria's devastation of Puerto Rico to call for a lifting of the Jones Act. You might recall, in the height of it all, they had lifted the restrictions of the Jones Act temporarily. So to allow more rapid reconstruction capabilities for the islands of Puerto Rico.
And now she's saying to permanently lift it?
That's what it sounds like. On the 3rd anniversary of Hurricane Maria's landfall on Puerto Rico, we remember the nearly 3,000 Puerto Ricans that died in the aftermath, my grandfather among them. She proposed a grab bag of government programs to help Puerto Rico that the Grassroots Institute of Hawaii wouldn't necessarily agree with, but we do appreciate she called out the Jones Act specifically. We must lift the Jones Act, which has exploited Puerto Rican consumers and strangled the economy, said one of her Twitter followers. When she's right, she's right. Said another lady, we don't see eye to eye on a lot, but if you're in for abolishing the Jones Act, I am 100% behind you. And another Twitter response, the Jones Act is a complete failure and certainly beats up on Puerto Rico, Hawaii, and U.S. territories the most of all. Republican Representative Ed Case, a sponsor in Congress of several Jones Act reform bills, might want to give AOC a call if he has not already. So look, I'm not saying that she is the brightest bulb in the
But
pack.
once in a while,
yeah, lightning can strike.
everybody can get one.
How do we feel about lifting of the Jones Act around here?
Well, here's the thing: if you've got someone like that who's got some juice in Congress,
yes.
Now, I'm not saying it's worth it now to move to Brooklyn in order to vote for her, and I'm not sure it's worth it to have Biden and totally Democratic Congress in order to get this Jones Act done. But I would reach across the aisle on this one. And I would say, how can we work together to finally make this thing happen?
Didn't she work in the same committee as, what's his name, Mike Nicholas, our congressman?
I don't know if that's true.
I don't know. I gotta check. Because I know that there are some nut jobs in the finance committee that Mike's in. Mike's not one of them, but he sits next to two of them, the nut jobs in the House. So I'm just...
He might have mentioned if he would have been in the same committee with her. He might have talked about that.
I'll check. What's that? On the Cortex question to Jerry, just respects his wife. Yes. Yeah, I hear you. Vince.
Thank you very much.
Well, so Charlie Hermosa might call in a little bit later on. We'll talk about what the possibilities would be, life without a Jones Act out in the territories, how that would affect us, and for his shipping lines, American President lines, what that would mean for traffic between the outskirts of China and Japan, and then Guam, and then Hawaii, and maybe, I don't know if APL, I believe they get up there places like Alaska. A lot of people think, well, we got how will it affect all of these places? Hawaii and Alaska definitely affected by the Jones Act, so there could be other allies here. Mary Tory has sent me the first notice of a virtual public hearing to take place next Monday, the 26th. They will be going over Bill number 384,
which is
updating and clarifying statutes concerning licensing, sales, and service of alcoholic beverages. Among the things that it would provide for is, let's say, you wanted to get a whole bunch of chicken quesadillas from Chili's, right? Because they make them good there, and they got a great to-go package and all of this. Comes with stacks and stacks of the tortillas and the chicken and all the veggies that you like in there. Anyway, so you want to get some of that, and you go, oh, by the way, could you throw in a couple of Moscow mules? Goes good with the chicken fajitas and the quesadillas. Well, right now they can't do that.
Cannot do that.
Right. Okay. They've got an on-premise license. So what this measure, among other things, would change is the capabilities of businesses, and they need it now. They really could use it now. An opportunity, along with their meals, to serve some alcoholic beverages that are made in a to-go fashion.
Okay.
Non-drinker.
No, I'm a non-drinker, but
Real Joe, what do you think of that? Isn't that the most brilliant thing you've ever heard?
Well, he's on the phone.
Yeah.
Okay. So
dodging the question.
So they want the flexibility to be able to do takeout alcohol, essentially.
Well, so if all of a sudden you could mix and match on-premise, off-premise. So I've got this idea in my head. Every once in a while, I hear the ice cream truck go up the street at my house. And it goes down the street, and little kids chasing it. And in my mind, I'm going, the same way that this guy is able to sell ice creams and novelties out of the back of a van, wouldn't it be cool to have a roving car that had a bartender in it? So you could go up and down the street. You don't need to go to the store for beers. The guy will sell you some, maybe some groovy craft beers, maybe some locally brewed stuff, and be able to take this thing with you. We'll go to the beach, and while we're out there sunning, hey, you remember to get a 6-pack of beer? No, but there's the beer truck right over there. We can go buy it from this guy on the street. There are different ways that we can do this, and frankly, nobody's taken a good long look at the laws for the ABC in awful long time. And maybe it's time that we, especially in light of the COVID and all of that, maybe
is anybody else doing this that you're aware of?
I am told, yes, there are a bunch of. I'm sure Florida's got it. Well, you're old enough to remember when over by where the Infusion is, across Nissan, that there used to be a There used to be a drive-through liquor store there.
Oh, that's right.
Do you remember?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, another topic that popped into my head yesterday as I was talking to somebody about brainstorming some ideas. I don't know if we're ever going to be back to where we were when this was popular, but why aren't there any more of these little cruises that go from Paseo to onward and back? There used to be a whole bunch of those. It was there. We had them in, the Kloppenbergs used to run that for a while. There were a couple of in Tumon as well, where you get on a dinner boat over by, where's the, you remember that? Over by Willie's?
It was almost, I want to say where Tahiti Rama was.
Yeah.
That area. You get on there, Matapang Beach, and then you ride it.
Over to the
Uncle Jim
Hilton.
had one.
Yeah, we had
but
one.
I recall it had something, it was an environmental issue, but I don't remember what.
But those were a good time. Those were a good time.
Sunset
A lot of
dinner
people-
cruises.
Sunset dinner
The Sunset
cruises.
Dinner Cruise, they used to have it at the Port Authority of Guam.
It was like 2 hours or something.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Well, remember Mackie Ferry from Kalapana when he lived on Guam before he died. That was one of the things that he did. He did a dinner show on one of those. Those were great parties. They were almost as much fun as the gambling ship. You remember when that was in town? Great times, I'm telling you. 7:29 in the morning. We've yacked too long to bring in you the extra point in real time. We'll jump into some headline news with Mana and get Jerry Roberts and the extra point on in just a second. And Mana's news here brought to you by Kenny and Karen over at Top End Pest Control for all of your pest control needs. 487-5657. That's 487-5657. Also being brought to you by Auntie Lolita Cabinet, Remax Diamond Realty. You got your eye on a piece of property and wondering when a good time to make an offer might be? She knows how to time the market. 688-6743. Now with the news, here's Mana.
81 new cases of COVID-19 confirmed yesterday from the Joint Information Center. This brings the island to 3,756 total confirmed cases since testing started in March. 68 people in the hospital, 14 said to be in the intensive care units. Well, visitation and appointments at the Department of Youth Affairs on hold for a time after an officer there tested positive. The population of the youth detention facility is sheltering in place. They have said that visitation has been canceled for at least a couple of days, but they will allow for virtual visits with parents. And Atkins Kroll has closed a portion of its operation after an employee tested positive. The employee didn't have any contact with customers. However, as a safety precaution, they are doing cleaning in parts of the facility. Parts of the AK operation is open. That includes the showroom. As well, the Department of Public Health still out conducting their outreach in the northern villages today. They are focusing their efforts on Gilbaza and Zero Down. And those are some of your top stories here on The Point.
John Ananich says in Texas they have alcohol delivery.
Ooh.
So same way you call, and in fact, maybe you don't even need to get your drinks from over at Chili's. You go get the food from Chili's and you call somebody else. You call Crust and have Greg or Rob or somebody make you something else from down there.
Yeah, but over at Chili's, they make it a certain way. Like your margaritas and
yeah,
stuff? Oh,
they've got a drink there called the Presidente or the President,
yeah.
and that's one of those things where you got to be very careful. You got to have a designated driver.
Corona margarita. Where
That's one where Miami.
I'm a non-drinker. I've just seen people drink.
Yeah, that's the one where when I have those, Miami has to drive.
Yes.
But she didn't have a license yet.
Yeah,
Anyway,
she doesn't need one.
Turning 16 here pretty soon.
The cops are busy doing other things.
That's right. Is it McCrouch? Okay, as long as it's not McCrouch. 7:31. Jerry Roberts now with the extra point being brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and all of our friends over at First Hawaiian Bank, where it all starts with yes.
Could a simple question transform a business? Today, a story on how a very basic question did exactly that. It's coming next on the Extra Point.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
We buy a homeowner's policy and never give it another thought until something happens. Life brings changes, and our coverage needs can change. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a credit card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless credit cards from First Hawaiian Bank. Visit any branch or at fhb.com/contactless to apply for a United credit card. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
The power of a simple question. I knew a kid in college named Dave. He was a likable guy, good at fixing cars, and worked for a couple of small mechanic shops after high school. It was then that he learned that the small shops had trouble getting good service from parts suppliers. Dave saw opportunity. He got distributorship deals with a couple of regional suppliers, and mechanics ordered from him over the phone. He got payment terms from the suppliers, like 30 days or 60 days, and mechanics paid him on cash on delivery, so he made money. He expanded the service to more shops, and when he no longer could handle all deliveries, he hired fellow students who were looking for work. Dave also sold parts to students on 2 campuses. He once told me his profit was $100,000 for the year. This is a long time ago. In today's money, that's nearly $700,000 profit for a 20-year-old. Okay, to the simple question. Dave got to know his customers well. He said he never got off the phone without asking, "So, George, how else can I help your business today?" Because he had been a mechanic, he spoke their language, and they would open up and tell him all their problems. Well, asking the question didn't always lead to new business, but one day, a customer told him he was having trouble sourcing reasonably priced equipment, the stuff in the garage. After he got a similar answer from a couple more, what do you think Dave did? He went into the equipment business. He said that question made him a lot of money. In fact, he'd been asking questions like that since junior high school, what we now call middle school. Now, Dave had a good push mower. Now, if you're not familiar with the concept, those are the ones with no motor. And he cut a lawn or two every day after school and more on the weekends from the time he was 13. One day, he innocently asked a lady customer if there was anything else she needed. And she asked if he could do some trimming in her garden the next time. "Sure I can," he said, never having trimmed anything before. He went to the neighborhood gardening store and asked how they would trim. They told him and showed him, and he went back that next week. The woman paid him more for the trimming than she did for the lawn. Young Dave was now in the trimming business. Another woman responded to the question by asking him to edge her sidewalks, making them neat and uniform and looking professional. Well, he'd never edged a lawn before, so what did he do? He went to the garden store and learned how. He was now an edger, and he added that on as a service. One customer said he needed help to make some sense out of a backyard. He wanted trees planted, some rocks put in, and a bird bath. 8th grader Dave went where? To the garden store. They gave him ideas, and he was then a junior landscaper and got paid handsomely, all because he asked how he could help. Now, Dave was entrepreneurial. He sought opportunity. What does this mean for us? Whether we work for a large business, a small business, or we're self-employed, we can always ask our customers how else we can help. How else can I add value to you? Think about it. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First and Wine Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Well, 2020 just got worse for a bunch of people in Alaska. I got this from James Howard. There is a tsunami warning. It doesn't apply to Guam or the CNMI here. In where is this? 55 miles to the southeast of Sandpoint, Alaska, there has been a 7.5 magnitude earthquake. 25 miles deep, so it's fairly shallow as they go. 7.5 is what they're talking about. There are tsunami warnings have been issued, but again, nothing for Guam. We're not on the list. So that's the good news. Can you imagine what kind of day they must be having in Sandy Beach, Sandpoint in Alaska with the year that we have all had, and then bang, 7.5 on the Richter scale. 7:37 in the morning. That's Jerry Roberts, and today's Extra Point brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services. How can we add value? Always an interesting proposition. And when I get back to you, more interesting news out of the state of Hawaii as they make it through their first few days of air travel back into the state. They've opened up. And all you need to do is fly in with a negative test. That's all you got to do, and then everything is going to be okay.
No quarantine at all.
Well, there's at least one place where they want to test you again upon arrival. And I forget which airport it is. Hawaii Island is the only county that requires, there it is, a second test upon arrival. And that added 4 hours worth of wait time for people stepping off airplanes in Kona. Even though they already could be in the state of Hawaii with a negative test result, the island of Hawaii was asking them to have another test. And can you imagine all those people sitting around waiting for the results?
Yeah, but better than 2 weeks. So at least in some kind of an improvement.
There's nothing to do in Kona. Go somewhere else.
Yeah,
it's not worth the wait. Find somewhere else to go.
You drive to the edge of the lava flows and go, well, how about that? Okay.
Yeah.
And then you do a Chevy Chase. And then you move on. 7:38 in the morning. Jerry Roberts gonna scram, and Montecillo Tyron already did the headlines. All I got to do is take a break.
Half a day. This is Claire Manglonia from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
Portions of the program are being brought to you by the guys over at KFC. I'm just checking some of the messages that we're getting on the Facebook Live. Jim Atkins says, that's a great extra point. Jim, listen, do me a favor. I need you to get with Rico Blancafleur, Dennis Larson, and Dave Torrey. We came up with a brilliant idea on how we're going to be doing Halloween this year, because I'm pretty sure the governor's going to screw it up for everybody. So it'll be like a drive-by thing. What we need to create is some kind of a candy cannon. Or as my great-grand aunt used to say, canyon.
Oh, Mr. Atkins doesn't rent those out?
Well, I don't know if they rent it. I'm sure they've got a couple of things in there that we could add to the rental. But anyway, so Dave's going to work on the plans, maybe with Ismail and get some mil spec stuff going in there. Rico B's going to design a mount that we can put on the back of a Toyota 4x4, and then we can drive around the villages. Boom, boom. You know you want to. It's the safe alternative to a pew Halloween. I'm just saying. 7:40 in the morning. I was going to tell everybody about KFC. That's what I was up to, right? Oh, swing by the nearest KFC. I normally, say you got to try the sausage breakfast wrap or the chicken fried steak, but I really do need to send you in the direction of trying some of these waffles. They come out with a waffly thing. And then we put a whole bunch of maple syrup in there. And you're going, what about the protein, Ray? What kind of protein are we talking about? They have sausage that goes with that. Maybe you need a little something. Maybe it's cold weather. The cold weather and the wet weather bringing you down. Have some arroz caldo. That's a Colonel's chicken congee. And it's there for you this morning over at KFC. Portions of the program also brought to you by APL, American President Lines, global presence with a local home.
Okay, Google. Hey, Siri. Hi, Bixby.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Open the Point app. Opening.
Live stream, on demand, swap stations, check out the visual radio. Get the free app available on the App Store and Google Play, or go to thepoint.gu.
Right now, traffic, that's what we call it, because I have a gizmo here that allows me to peer into traffic from space. Well, not quite from space, but you get the idea. I can look at an overview of Guam and see where there's traffic happening. Not a whole lot up in the northern end of town. Doesn't seem to be a whole lot of people that are doing pretty much anything. Route 3 looks like it's running clear. Got a little bit of intersection traffic, but that looks like that's all it's going to be. Route 8 looking good. 10, 15, 4 into the downtown Agutney area. Nothing terrible here. Just that one bad spot over in Aston and Petey where they meet up there at where the construction is taking place. That is slowing people down because you got to funnel into just the one lane that takes you in and out of that. But they'll eventually get that done. I don't know, next year after. 741, right now traffic here on The Point.
Becoming a homeowner can be a scary process, but it doesn't have to be, especially if you have the right guidance. Break through your fears and go to a real estate professional that will ensure a higher chance of success. That person is Lolita Camet of RE/MAX Diamond Realty. Lolita also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, and military and corporate relocation. Don't be afraid. Call Lolita Camet from RE/MAX Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
That's my dream gig. Right there. I'm going to get one of those little what do they call K cars? Little K van.
Yeah.
And just punch a hole in the side of it, and I will set up a bar, and just drive around to people's villages, birthday parties, funerals.
Yeah,
'cause you always need a drink there.
Rosaries.
Yeah, why not? Why not? You need beer? I got beer. I got yellow. I got red beer, and I got blue beer in here. And then we'll fix any kind of drink that you want. It's an opportunity for somebody to take on a new entrepreneurial challenge, and it comes when we take a look at regulations that we've got in this town, and make a determination on what needs to change, what doesn't need to change. And for many businesses on Guam, many restaurants on Guam that aren't doing a whole lot of bar business right now, but doing a heck of a lot of to-go orders, well, how about if it's Chili's, we make you a president? Or presidente, if that's what it's going to be. How about that? I got a friend down in. She just got a place down. Oh man, I feel bad for her. She just got a place down in Tumon, and then then it turned into August 8th or something, whatever that day was when they shut everybody down. Yeah, and she makes a kick-ass Moscow Mule. I mean, she's got her own recipe. She's worked at it for a long time, and it is bomb. And you could go there. You could go online. You make a phone call and get what are they? The chicken wings down there. So give me an order of chicken wings and a Moscow Mule to go. And wouldn't that be great if and the law would provide for something like that. So don't make a whole lot of money on the chicken wings, but you get a little higher margin opportunities on your poured product, and that might spell the difference between her going bankrupt or not in 2020. That is, if anybody over at the legislature cares. So there's going to be a public hearing on the 26th, virtual public hearing on this measure. That would allow for, in a sale, a person holding a retail dealer's on-sale license is authorized to sell to consumers for consumption on the premises or in an unopened, prepackaged, or sealed state to consumers as takeout or delivery items included with food orders. Where sold the alcohol beverages specified by the board, sealed refers to a secure lid or a cap that does not contain a sipping hole or an opening for a straw. In my mind, this is the way I'm seeing this, right? This is the way I see it. You take like Carabao, where they can make their own cans. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
You can go over there.
Seal the tops.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You can get a steel beach, and then you can roll around with that, and everybody's happy. I'll be happy when it's Steel Beach, Anna. I'll be happy when it's 671 Kolsch, Anna. I'll be happy when it's Mocktoberfest, Anna. Where was I? Wanted to talk about that. But you know what? You take the kids to the ice boba places.
Yeah.
And they've got they got another gizmo that puts a seal on top of the cup.
And the plastic seal, yeah.
Right.
Heats it up and
so we could
melts it down.
I would like to work in a restaurant just to run that gizmo.
It's cool.
What do? I'm the guy that puts the little seal on top of it.
It's a cool machine.
What do you suppose that job pays? That's like $75,000-$80,000 a year. That's
probably
like mayor
benefits
salary
too.
stuff. Anyway, 7:46 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. Bunch of interesting stuff to talk about. We'll get Charlie Hermosa on the line the next hour to talk about the possibility of Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, AOC, who wants to, I think, get a moving target of a bill moving in the House that would provide for the lifting of the Jones Act restrictions on places like Hawaii and Puerto Rico and Alaska, etc. How would that change our life? Maria Figueger this morning says, AOC has wild eyes, like her wild ideas. I wonder if the Jones Act being lifted would affect Guam. Or maybe the shippers will just forget about us out here. What's going to happen? What will happen with us? 7:46 in the morning. We'll get into that conversation in just a little bit. The other big story, I was talking about the public hearing going to take place on the 26th, but the other big story is October the 26th is back to school for students in the Dodea system. They're going back to school. They must have the easy COVID-19 on that side of the base as opposed to the one that we've got on this side. The immediate question was, hey, go find John Fernandez and see if they're going to be doing something similar for the kids in the Department of Education system. Good morning, John.
Hi, good morning, Ray. I'm sorry I couldn't get back to you in last couple of days, but definitely it's because we've been working on preparing ourselves for potential reopening, but our schedule at this point is much different from Dodea. So it is going to be very interesting to watch Dodea and how they proceed in their opening, and how things go, and in terms of what they're seeing, how things are being implemented, and just how the community is doing. So there's no magic wand in terms of these reopening decisions. We're watching places like Florida and New York with both different positivity rate environments, trying to open schools and doing different things that we're paying attention to because, those might be helpful for us as a large school system here on Guam to be able to adapt and to adopt, as we go forward. We really turned and tried to rely on, sources of information that we felt were reliable. And, who knows in this day and age. But, the CDC has a school reopening dashboard. And I know that the chiefs, the Council of State School Officers and many states are using a version of this reopening dashboard to kind of figure out how to reopen schools. And so, my calculation based on the community-wide issues that we've seen over the past month or so, it doesn't look like the governors under the P-Core system that will get into a position to be able to reopen, in time for the end of the calendar year. So based on that, our folks needed some plan, some idea of what was going to happen.
Well, that is actually the thing that I appreciate the most, John, is that you've drawn a line in the sand, and now parents can plan. Okay, it's going to be like this for at least a couple more months. Fine, thanks for telling us, and we can look forward maybe to January to when the students resume their instructions at the end of the Christmas break. We can look forward to that as maybe a time where we can get the kids back into the school and restore some semblance of normality to people's lives.
Yeah, but again, we're doing our best to rely on the data and the science and the guidance. But at the same time, there are things that are very unique about school systems and about young children and their their reaction, their ability to spread the virus that is causing many leaders to look at both sides of the spectrum. Let's reopen and see how it goes versus we can't reopen until there's a vaccine, and we have parents all over that spectrum as well. So as part of this, definitely, I know DODEA is moving forward, and that's something we're going to watch very closely. We know that in our private school community, there's a lot of parents who are pushing and schools who are pushing for some ability to have the flexibility to reopen. And, it might make sense if we can do it, when you're looking at school by school and, the assurances that they can provide. When you're looking at a whole school system, it's a bigger, kind of issue here. So, we've been working with the governor and lieutenant governor and to see what she's going to do. But, to some extent, as we see states and other districts pilot, reopening plans, we're going to learn. We're just going to pay attention and say what's going on, what's working. And, one of the things we saw in New York right now is that they've got this whole random testing, regime in place that they're looking at as being positive in the first, few weeks of their school reopenings. And so we're in talks with the lieutenant governor about, is that something that's doable, possible here in Guam, depending on the availability of tests and how that might be administered. Yeah. So lots of different ideas out there.
Well, I'm glad that you're investigating them, and I'd love to hear more about those, and might actually spend some time on the internet here today instead of ogling over Trump things in Twitter. Maybe I'll go and take a look and see what some of the best practices are in some of these places where the kids are going to school. You get your Taiwans and your Swedens and places like that, and and the idea of totally insulating the schools against COVID-19 is ridiculous. And in fact, it's worth pointing out that there's no kids in the DODEA school system right now, but there are still, sorry, not DODEA, but the DOE school system, and there are still DOE employees getting sick from the COVID-19. So, I mean, it's there. It's floating around.
Yeah. No, I think that's absolutely fair to say. And I think the issue, though, is that, those cases are obviously coming in from the community side, so they're coming in through contact tracing. Yeah. So the environment outside the schools is very important. So if you look at New York, where their 7-day positivity rate is below 5%, they've got their own set of challenges with such a large system. And you've got Florida, on the other hand, which is like maybe 12, 13%, up there. And we're kind of here, we're kind of edging towards Florida, to be honest. But we have to look at that community health situation to make the best decision we can for our kids. So, being on base, I'm sure there are other factors, other mitigating factors in terms of access to base and the number of kids. And
dude, they opened the golf course. John, they opened the golf course up on the base. We can go hang out on the bases, on the beaches on the bases now. So like I said, I think they are also approaching COVID-19 and saying, look, we're a fairly young and healthy population. This is something that we ought to be able to get through as a family, and the kids get them back in the classroom. And if somebody comes up with the COVID-19, the same way we'd handle it if any other kid got sick, don't go to school till you're feeling better. Come back when you got a doctor's note, and make it.
I think that's important. Well, I think that's important as well, though. I mean, I think every school system's ability to talk about not just a risk, there's always going to be a risk, but what we can do and what we are doing to mitigate that risk, right? So all the practices, all the precautions, the measures that are being taken are all going to be important. But I think the issue is with with our school system. We are planning. We have an 8:00 meeting with our task force again, and a lot of it is taking what we've learned and translating into options for our parents. So one of the key things that Dodea is doing, every other school district I think that's looking at reopening is doing, is not just saying we're going to open or close, but provide the options to parents as well, right? So I think every version I've seen is we have an in-school option, but a lot of systems are still maintaining the online option for those who either want to be completely online or do both. And so we know that Dodea has its virtual school that students will still be able to be on, but those who want to come back to school are able to do so. And so we're looking at the same thing. It's not going to be an all or nothing, because I know a lot of parents are saying, do we have to go back, or are we not going to go back? I said, no, we're still planning to have a choice between an online platform and an in-school platform, but we got to work on those options and be ready whenever we get the green light to start reopening.
Whenever that is. 7:54, John, always a pleasure talking with you. We'll yak later, okay?
Oh, absolutely. Thanks, Ray. Have a great day.
888-8255, and now was it candidate, former Chief of Police, J.I. Cruz on the line. Good morning, J.I. What? Oh, wait. I pressed the wrong button. I got it. I got you now, bro.
Okay, good morning, Ray. How are you doing this morning?
You know what? I'm doing all right. I didn't realize that you're teaching these days, huh?
I am. I'm teaching up at Notre Dame High School.
Oh, okay. Are we turning those young ladies into cops?
Well, young men and young ladies.
Oh, that's right.
It's a co-ed high school now, so I talk to them about the career in law enforcement, career in public safety, career in government. So we have those kind of conversations. So I teach American government and politics, and I teach advanced placement U.S. history. So kind of a mix of what I teach to juniors and seniors up there at Notre Dame. But it was good to listen to Dr. Fernandez and the discussion that you had, because those are the kinds of issues that the Catholic school system is facing, and Dr. Juan Fernandez and all the other administrators are having to deal with as well.
Well, I'd like to see Juan come out with, and we haven't really reached out to him yet, but at some point we will get some of those same comments and some of his observations as an educator. 7:55, not much time that we've got with you, unless it gets really interesting. But I thought it was an interesting article in yesterday's Daily Post, or the day before's Daily Post, talking about the struggles that the Stephen Ignacio has over at the Guam Police Department, and as is becoming pretty obvious, we didn't need to have mobs marching in the cities. It is clear that we have defunded the police department here on Guam, and frankly, as somebody that worries about crime in the villages, I'm alarmed by that. I'm alarmed that many of the existing resources for police work and visibility in the villages seems to be, in my mind, squandered by chasing down Germans in Malolo.
Well, I have to agree with that, Ray. I mean, when you are taking a look and you're dealing with that police department is dealing with a $1.4 million shortfall from a budget that was already challenged to begin with. It just makes matters go from bad to worse. And the fact that here we are, and every elected leader will tell you that it's all about safety, it's all about health, it's all about education. But when it comes down to it, where's the appropriation for that? Why are we doing that? And I got it. Our economy is hurting right now. But, we need to focus on our priorities. And Dr. Fernandez was just on the radio, just on the show. We need to prioritize what we're talking about. And if we say that health, safety, and education is a priority, then make it a priority. And don't shortchange DOE. Don't shortchange GPD by $1.4 million. As a matter of fact, give them more. If safety in our community is an issue, then let's prioritize that. Just over the weekend, we had a home invasion, and thank goodness that,
I'm looking at it.
But
yeah, there's Alex Castro and Steve Arceo. One guy, it was already in one guy's kitchen. I think it was already in Alex's kitchen, and he kicked him out, and then he keeps walking around the village and started looking into Steve Arceo's place.
Right. So that just tells you, it's and again, the police are challenged. I'm not pointing the finger at the police department. I'm not saying that But, you know, if we can't empower them and we can't give them those resources, then what are we telling them? What are we telling ourselves? What are we telling the community? You know, that we're willing to sacrifice their safety to the tune of $1.4 million. And, you know, I listened to that interview that Nick Delgado did with Steve Ignacio.
Yeah.
And again, Steve Ignacio is a great guy.
Good cop.
But you know what? He's a good cop, you know, and I understand he's working with the command staff and they're doing what they can. But, you know, it's not a matter of pointing blame, Ray, because I wouldn't use the word blame, but I think that people need to be held accountable for that. And, you know, in the legislature, who's accountable for GPD's budget? Who's that one person that's going to champion for GPD? Who's that one person in GPD that's going to champion for GPD? And when the article was talking about it's compromising morale, it's compromising public safety, you know, those have resounding impacts. And I will tell you that we need to make a change so that we can put people in office that are truly going to deal with our economy, try and get it back on its feet, and focus on those things that we need to focus on: health, safety, and education. Okay,
those are the three things we actually expect from our government, and I've been disappointed. I've been disappointed with the functions lately. Interesting note I'm getting from a listener. He says maybe that's why the chief of police ought to be an elected position. Is that something that you might support as Senator J.I. Cruz to give the power of the position back to the voters of Guam?
I think that it works out well. If you take a look at it, jurisdiction stateside, every county's sheriff is an elected official. And just like our attorney general, just like our OPA, you know, they are elected by the people. And if the people are not satisfied with that chief of police, you know, they can swap them out during elections, right? We can hold them accountable. We can replace them if they're not doing a good enough job. You know, with that check and balance process we have, as the legislative branch of government, they can bring in that chief as an elected chief and hold that person accountable. So it's something that we talked about. I think it's something that definitely needs to be considered when you think about, you know, the fact that you know, the police department has to deal with this, and you know, that one person who should be standing up and raising or making the loudest noise for the police department. And again, I'm not trying to poke people in the eye or anything. I'm just saying, when I was there, and I can say this, Ray, because I used to be the chief, and I was that guy that would go into the legislature and literally fight with them. Okay, I would argue with people. I would argue with senators. I would plead a case. I would put a presentation together and explain to them exactly what the effects were. And it wasn't just enough to explain that, but to come up with a solution to say, hey, you know what? Can you please fund this? And here's a program that we're looking at.
Right.
You know, the whole idea of getting the community involved, right? That strategy that we had, which I believe the GPD is still trying to move forward. But again,
well, you put too much money into the research. I will tell you that, J.I., and that's it's a cause for another conversation down the road here. I am getting some questions from listeners. Want me to ask you your thoughts on Bill 385? I'd mentioned it just a few minutes ago. It's an act that is being moved forward by members of the business community to update some of the ABC rules. One of which would be to allow for restaurants and bars to be able to sell their products in an off-premise manner. So if I wanted to get a Moscow Mule from my friend Cass down in Tumon, she could make it for me, put a cover on it, so I can't poke a straw through it while I'm driving, and then have that picked up or brought to the house to go.
I think it's a great idea, and I think that bill would definitely help to stimulate the economy, get people working again. You know, and I think it's a great idea. I think it's it's good practice. Ray, we cannot keep ourselves locked up. We can't lock ourselves up. Dr. Fernandez talked about it, right? They're trying to look at
you know where I am on the we can't lock our people up side. I'm with the WHO that says that these lockdowns are useless. They've already killed our economy, and I don't know what's going to be happening now. Front page of the PDN. This ought to alarm people. Worry as abuse reports are falling. We're not hearing about as much child abuse because the kids aren't able to get seen in schools and other places where normally if there were an abusive situation, an adult figure could sort all of that stuff out.
Right.
802, couple of minutes. So 385, right? You're on the list on 385. One of the other reform issues that I think I'd like to see an elected senator deal with, or better yet, an elected sheriff deal with, is there is a story in the news broke yesterday about a police officer firing off his weapon. Apparently, there was some kind of a verbal disagreement, and officer took out the pistol and laid a few rounds down the hall. And so he's been, I think he's now released. Now, I think he was arrested and he's on administrative leave. And there's going to be internal affairs investigation. Too many people in the media, too many people of Guam have seen this story play out. Cop gets in trouble, cops put on administrative leave, it goes to internal affairs, and eventually, by and by, there will be a report, but the report won't say what happened, won't say what the nature of the punishment was, and any of that. We get the vague reports coming out of internal affairs, and then the rest of it is all shielded by, quote, personnel rules, end quote. So I'd like J.I. Cruz to work on that so that we can hold the individual officers the same way you want to hold the senators and our representatives accountable. I want the officers to be held accountable for their actions on and off duty.
I agree with that, Ray, and I think that we do need to hold each other accountable.
Got to be some more transparency in that process.
Absolutely, and I used to talk about that when I was a chief. Right, we need to hold each other accountable for our actions, those things that we do or fail to do. We need to hold each other accountable. One of the things I'm taking a look at is revisiting that whole concept of a police review commission. That was something that existed at one point and it became defunct, and it doesn't exist anymore because of the fact that they just ceased to exist. Mm-hmm. There was no funding towards that. So as a police review commission, which is another layer to assist or aid in the transparency and the accountability, I think that that's something that's going to help public safety, the public safety community, not just GPD, but the fire, the customs, everybody in public safety, hold all those folks accountable with this police review commission, and kind of work with each of the agencies' internal affairs section to be able to investigate these types of things, hold people accountable, and increase the transparency without violating a person's rights per se. Okay?
Interesting question now coming in from James Howard. Oh, is this meet the candidate time? It wasn't meant to be. It was just he wanted to give me his thoughts on the issues of fundings and the discrepancies in dollars over at the Guam Police Department, considering how everybody, including our current governor and lieutenant governor, ran on the platform of public safety. We'll wipe out crime. The question from James is, how come you're not a cop anymore after you were replaced? As the chief of police, you worked at the pleasure of Governor Eddie Calvo. When the governor left office, you left the police department. How come you didn't just go, all right, well, I can't be the chief anymore, but how about I'll be a captain?
Because of the fact that the way the rules are written is that for you to go back to the classified ranks, you have to come from the classified ranks.
So, that's right.
Take, for example, someone like Fred Berdalio, or take someone like Steve Ignacio. Once his tenure's up, should he decide to go back, he can go back. But I came from the outside coming in. So my ability to go back into the Guam Police Department would mean that I have to apply and start from the very bottom as a police officer one. So I
would do a good job and work your way up to captain.
I could. I definitely could. But, J.I. Cruz has other things in mind.
Right.
And again, that's the reason why I didn't go back into the ranks. And that's clearly stated in the rules and regs. Who can go back into the classified ranks? You have to come from the classified ranks into that position to be able to go back.
Got another lover of law enforcement, John Onanich, who says, bottom line, fund public safety, period. Now, you started talking in the third person, so I'm going to let you go. Hello?
Hello?
No, I'm just saying you started talking in the third person. Usually that's when I cut off the phone conversation. So you're on the Republican ballot, right?
I am. I'm number 8 on the Republican ballot.
Number 8 on the Republican ballot. Man, you had one of the last good fundraisers too, bro.
Yes, right before the lockdown. I was fortunate enough. We planned it just right, and the way things panned out, that literally was the last the last open fundraiser before everything got shut down.
Well, let's work on conversations about reopening it and never shutting down ever again. 7 after 8 o'clock in the morning. I'll talk to you pretty soon, J.I.
Okay, take care, Ray. Be safe.
I will. 888-8255-888-TA. No, there's got to be limits. There's got to be limits. When Joanne Brown was on the air, if she said at the end of the day more than 12 times, sorry, got to stop the conversation. End of the day. And when somebody starts referring to themselves in the third person, that's also a sign. So we don't have too many rules on the Ray Gibson Show, but those are a couple of them. 8 after 8 o'clock in the morning. Let me get this off the screen. And coming up next, Mona Silva will be on the screen.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Howdy, folks. I'm Colonel Sanders from KFC. Allow me to introduce my new KFC hot wing flavors. I'm getting very, very hungry. Buffalo and honey barbecue. Am I dreaming? Nope, not dreaming. That's a bunch of new KFC hot wings. Try them yourself in my KFC hot wing deal with fries and a drink, or share them with the family in an 18 or 30-piece swing bucket. KFC, it's buffalo and honey barbecue finger licking good.
Register now for the PBS Guam Virtual Challenge on pbsguam.org. The challenge includes 10, 20, or 50 miles. Remember to practice social distancing when walking, running, or wheeling. Download a distance tracker to accumulate miles. This challenge is made possible by our generous supporters, the Guam Daily Post, Community First Guam Credit Union, Bank Pacific, the Bank of Guam, Coast 360, Vantage Media, Cherry Media Vision, and the stations of Choice Broadcasting.
Off a day, it's 8:10 in the morning. I'm Mona Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. 81 new cases of coronavirus confirmed yesterday from the Joint Information Center. This brings the island's total to 3,756. 68 people are in the hospital with 14 in the intensive care unit. The JIC also says about 1,300 people are in active isolation. Well, the Department of Youth Affairs has confirmed an employee there is tested positive for COVID-19. The officer was off duty when symptoms arose, and then he was tested. Currently, the officer is on leave. For the time being, all residents are sheltering in place, and appointments for residents are all being handled over the phone or virtually. Visitation has also been canceled, but virtual visits will be allowed. Well, Atkins Kroll has also announced it will be temporarily closed, at least its corporate office and parts department. An employee there tested positive. They do say the employee had no contact with customers. The area where the individual worked is being cleaned as a safety precaution. Other areas of AK, including the showroom, do remain open. The Department of Public Health still out conducting their outreach in the northern villages today, testing residents of Gilboa and Zero Down. The Daily Post reports a majority of the confirmed cases from the subdivision are in home isolation, with a few of them who have been transported to a government isolation facility in Tumon, that is the Bayview Hotel. The northern subdivisions are the focus of the recent testing after it was determined that there were large clusters of positive cases coming from those areas. Public Health will continue their outreach, and they are also working with the FSM Consulate Office and church leaders in their efforts. Well, that's going on. There's also an effort to crack down on businesses that are not following public health protocols, and citations have been issued at a list of establishments from beauty to retail to food establishments. Public Health now working with the Attorney General's office to get clarification on their authority. In the Daily News, Public Health is reporting they are seeking guidance from the AG on if they have the authority to suspend a business's sanitary permit for violating COVID-19 regulations. Now, the PDN does report they've suspended they have issued citations at least 10 businesses. They include Shirley's Coffee Shop, Minaguf Mart, Crown Bakery, Savvy Nails, Butter House and Sanctuary Inc., Lucky Nails, New Central American Beauty Shop, and McCrout's Restaurant. The AG's office will be reviewing any referrals from Public Health. They do say that The AG's office has emphasized that the data showed nearly half of the cases with confirmed links to COVID-19 came from households. The AG advises community policing and self-regulation do remain the most effective method of limiting the spread of COVID-19. We'll have more news right after this.
Chili's has a dinner deal you can't miss. Enjoy a tasty appetizer, 2 bottomless Coca-Cola beverages, and 2 mouth-watering entrees, all for just $35. Treat yourself to entree options like our fall-off-the-bone baby back ribs, personal fajita with chicken, or the ultimate bacon burger. Chili's 2 for $35. Available daily from 3 p.m. to closing for patio dining or takeout. Chili's is located on the 2nd floor of the Tuman Sands Plaza. Call 648-7377 to place your takeout order today. With Chili's, you can still savor the moment at home.
An off-duty Guam police officer has been arrested after he allegedly fired off his firearm in a verbal argument that took place in Dededo yesterday. Matias Luzama, charged with suspicion of unlawful discharge of a firearm. He was alleged to have been in a verbal disagreement when he fired off his weapon several times. He has been placed on administrative leave. An internal affairs investigation is also underway. And senators passed a number of bills before they closed session yesterday. Of those, they're being sent to the governor for review and action. Of those, one that would renew Guam's comprehensive development plan for sustainability. Another bill lifts restrictions that deal with the controlling of the feral pig population and restricting the release of pigs. And another bill that gives a non-expiring Guam ID for senior residents. The governor has 10 days to act on these bills. Also, a public hearing today to be held on some bills that would give additional funding to public health. Another creates a pandemic bill of rights, and then another bill that deals with the renewal of declarations of public health emergencies. The first of the hearings starts at 9, then part 2 starts at 12:30. If you'd like to submit testimony, you can send your written testimony to Senator Therese Terlahi's office. You could also view the hearings on the legislature's YouTube channel. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Do nothing, Bills. 8:14 in the morning. Did you say weather? Stand by. There's weather here.
There it is.
Partly sunny. I love it when they do that. Instead of saying it's mostly cloudy, they say partly sunny. You know, it's attitude's everything. Teamwork makes the dream work. Scattered showers becoming isolated near noon. Isolated thunderstorms through the day. Winds out of the east up to about 15 miles an hour. Daytime high today should be about 88 degrees with a couple of degrees left over for the heat index if it comes out for work today. Mostly cloudy. Isolated showers becoming scattered near midnight and isolated thunderstorms throughout the rest of the evening. Easterly winds up to about 15 miles an hour. And more of the same tomorrow. Mostly cloudy skies, scattered showers. See, now that's why today is partly sunny, but tomorrow is mostly cloudy. Right? Same guy's writing the forecast. He's setting us up for tomorrow to be a gloomier day because it's mostly cloudy? You know, I'm still going to come in with my intelligent and warm personality here first thing in the morning. Ray Gibson rolls that way. Okay, so you know, with every rule, there's always an exception to the rule. So if the phone calls are cut off, we had J.I. Cruz on the radio just in the last few minutes, and he was talking about J.I. Cruz had other plans, and you know, Mon and I caught each other at exactly the same time. It's one of the rules of the Ray Gibson Show. If a phone-in guest starts talking to them, referring to themselves in the third person,
we will tease you.
Got to finish the conversation. Got to wrap it up. Sorry,
I closed my eyes.
Got to go. We're done.
That.
Now there is one exception. There is one exception to that rule. It's former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez.
Oh, yeah.
Who has earned the right over, 80-some-odd years on the planet, and twice Governor of Guam, Speaker of the Legislature, and my good buddy, and I love his wife because she always remembers me and my beetle nut. So he has earned the right to refer to himself in the third person.
I agree.
Thank you so much. Does the real Joe agree?
I concur.
You're supposed to say the real Joe agrees.
The real Joe agrees.
All right, that's news and weather together on The Point.
Take action, Guam, with Action PAC, Inc. Action PAC is a nonprofit political action committee formed to affect change. We believe electing the right candidates will give Guam a better chance at being more fiscally responsible so it can better serve our people. Let your voice be heard and vote with the PAC. Visit actionpacguam.com to view our list of supported candidates for the 2020 general election. It's our time to decide. Use your vote and help change Guam for the better.
The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts of Guam Training.
Hi, I'm Jerry Roberts, and every day on The Ray Gibson Show, I get to comment on the incredibly diverse, fun, challenging, sometimes frustrating, often exciting, but always interesting world of work. I hope you'll be there with us.
You can find daily transcripts of The Extra Point at GuamTraining.com. Tune in every weekday morning at 7:20 for The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank on 93.3 The Point.
8:17 in the morning, portions of the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by Mescla. And now, normally I'd be talking about Mescla Dos, and I might do that a little bit later on, but I sent myself, I screen capped a picture that I forgot to send on into the system, but I screen capped a picture of what you will be able to get over at Mescla in Agana starting today. We are proud to announce that Hotnu Bakery breads will now be available at Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Agana. Starting tomorrow, all breads will be made, pre-orders only. Pickup time will be Monday through Saturday between 11 and 2. Call 479. See, that's going to be the most important number in your life. This is, okay, so Mescla Hotnu bread, tomorrow, 479-2652 or 3 for more information, or to go ahead and place an order. And they got all kinds of stuff to order. They got the caramel coffee rolls, coconut bread, yum. They got the cinnamon rolls, and you're going to love the prices. And it's our old buddy that's making it, Tony, right? So get down there and put in the order and just sit out there and just smell it cooking, right? There's nothing better in the world, I think, than the smell of baking bread. No, that's not true. So yesterday, as I was going for what? It's baking bread. Yeah. Okay, baking bread is like number 2 then. Yeah. Number 2. No, wait a second. No, my bro had some good sticky icky. On Sunday at the secret beach. It was like, what's that smell? He says, well, you think there's a dead rat over there, and I'm just trying to cover up that smell. And he started burning some. It was a nice bowl. It was thick. Anyway, so that's okay. So bread and then the sticky icky. Number one great smell is as I was walking into my beach yesterday and to catch the sunset. There was a family over on the side, and a bunch of kids in the ocean, swimming naked like little kids are supposed to be doing. They're having a good time. Some teenagers out there swimming naked like everybody should be doing. But the dads were huddled over. It's like the first nice afternoon for barbecue, and these guys went out there on a Monday afternoon and started barbecuing on the beach, and it was great. And there were no cops, and there was no public health. There were no yellow shirts. It's just a bunch of nice families. And there's something about that smell where you know that the ribs and the chicken and the beef has been in the marination for hours. And we're at the beach now, and we're using the charcoal briquettes. There is something about that smell. And just a nice family. Everybody had a good time. 888-825-5888-TALK, 20 after the hour. So that's the deal about Mescla. And over at FHP, just FYI, they're open. The whole place open. You know, it's a medical facility, always has been. So imagine that they know a thing or two about sanitization. So keep your appointments, keep your meetings with the doctors, and keep going to FHP. Our Island, your clinic.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show.
Therese Garcia online. Remember the Veteran Cemetery, October 2007. I do remember that vividly. They shut down the entire place, and there was talk about somebody that was trying to kill himself at the actual cemetery. Police were there. I want to say that the shots were fired, but the question was, did the guy who the cops shot, did he actually have a gun on him? There were questions, there was speculation that it might have been like a BB pistol or something like that. And there was, obviously, people put on administrative leave, and my recollection was that there was an internal affairs investigation. But we never did, I think, get the whole story out of that. And people talk about, well, what happened to the cops, the cop that did the shooting, et cetera, and well, it's a personnel matter. Never going to find out. You recall
Yeah, I'm trying to piece together my thoughts. I remember it vaguely. I don't remember the details. It was a while ago.
Well, among the concerns were they didn't have the school across the way. I'm trying to remember if they went into a lockdown situation or not, because Veteran Cemetery is PD Middle School is right next door.
Across the street.
Yeah, so I remember that there were some parents that expressed a great degree of concern at the time. 8:22 in the morning, 888-8255-888-TALK. Now, I'm going through Hawaii Free Press this morning, and there's a story with a picture of AOC, Ocasio-Cortez on it, and normally when I see her picture, there's one of a couple of thoughts go through my head. One of them I can't tell you, but the other one is I wonder what nut job story this is going to be about AOC. And then I read the headline and I thought, could actually be something to this. We must lift the Jones Act, which has exploited Puerto Rican consumers and strangled the economy. She's using the third anniversary of Hurricane Maria's landfall in Puerto Rico to make that point. You'll recall, and my shipping expert is Charlie Hermosa from APL. Good morning, Charlie. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, Ray. Good morning, everybody.
You'll recall that was 3 years ago. And hold on, I just want to get an update on this. There's somebody with the Teresa.
Ray,
that was my brother Ray. He had no gun. Is what Therese says, and we can talk about this offline, and find out a little bit more after the inquiries and the internal investigation had been concluded. Anyway, so I'm sorry to mix up so many different stories in my head this morning. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, we must lift the Jones Act from the perspective of American president lines. How much greater would your life be if you didn't have to worry about Jones Act restrictions?
Ray, and I think to begin, I think we all have the same thoughts every time we see anything that starts with AOC, right? So when you sent me the article, I was like, oh my God, what is she saying now? And then, AOC, Jones Act, and I actually ended up reading the article. So, I think from where I stand, from a personal perspective is, the Jones Act is a 1920 Act that hasn't really been reformed. So when you look at the different aspects of it, they're very dated. And, I think that I'm in a position to say that it's become a special interest group legislation that benefit companies such as Matson. So I think if you look at the point that they bring up as far as the Jones Act and it's the national defense, but it's actually working against it because I'll send you the article, but the U.S., the MARAD, that's where the Jones Act falls under, they did a test to see the readiness of the merchant marine fleet about a year ago, and it was well below average. So basically, if we were to go into war, we would not have the capabilities to be able to compete against countries like China. Why? Because it costs us $300-400 million to build one ship. Versus, in Korea, Japan, and China, they're building them at a rate that's beyond everybody's expectation. They're building ships left and right at $20-30 million a pop.
Yeah, well, and at huge sizes as well. I mean, we're talking about super shipping ships that are out there that will take as an astonishing number of cans that go on those things.
No, absolutely, enormous. So. When you look at the national defense, I would really question that. So the next argument, is obviously when you look at Matson and what they've done to the region here, where they were the only carrier here, for the 5 years that they had the complete monopoly, they increased the rates. We come into the market, we stay competitive, and they start lowering the rates. The rates have gone down pretty much close between 30-40%. So why didn't they do that before? So when you look at the Jones Act and you look at the different markets like Puerto Rico and Alaska, those are the certain angles that you have to look at to look at really what does the act say. And the other argument, Ray, that I would throw out to everybody is the trucks that are being used in the mainland, right? The trucks that move oranges from Florida to New York, they're made in Europe, right? So why aren't they restricted under the movement of carrying goods from point A to point B within the continental U.S.?
Well, I was going to say, I mean, this is the special legislation to include the shipbuilding community in the United States.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's where they have to reform. It's the shipbuilding side, not necessarily connected to the shipping of the goods itself. And when you look at planes, right? the planes are, obviously we have a plane manufacturer in Europe, and they're being used in the U.S., and they're carrying passengers from New York to San Francisco, and there's nothing against that, right? But when you look at the Jones Act and you look at where the ships have to be made in order to carry goods from the mainland U.S. to Hawaii, Alaska, and Puerto Rico, it's completely different. It still stands as the 1920. So, a lot of that, we got to be able to continue to look at that. And I'll throw it out here as well, right? I would gladly do a benefit and go head-to-head with Bernie from Matson to argue this point. I would love for her to stand next to me and see how they can argue these points with somebody that's been doing, I've been studying the Jones Act for the last 25 years. So I will throw it out there.
Sounds like a fundraiser for the Rotary Club if I ever heard one.
Yep, absolutely. Let's do it.
A couple of notes I'm getting. Ismail writing this morning that referring to what you were talking about, the Jones Act made sense in the early 1900s, given the end of World War I and the need to ensure shipping lane security. But after the Korean War, it should have been rewritten as the U.S. Navy commenced placing maritime prepositioning ships throughout the world. My buddy Van from over at Nissan writes, Korea and Japan can build those same ships that Charlie is speaking of at 20 to 25% of the cost to build in the United States of America, and those savings could then eventually be passed on to the consumers and the users of those vital shipping capabilities.
100%, Ray. And that's the argument that we need to be able to look at, because it's, again, the Jones Act now has been considered a special interest group type of act, right? Because there's only certain companies that are really pushing for this. And then when you look at the readiness of the merchant marine, we have to get it to scales where we can be able to compete against other countries such as China. And we're not at that level because of these reasons.
Let me move the conversation into kind of another direction here. How do we get it started? And if it does get started, there was at least one listener earlier said, well, if there's no requirements for those ships to be plying the waters around here, maybe the shipping companies will forget about us and just go and develop other routes and other lanes.
Well, I mean, and down, that's one of the things that we look at as well. But like for us, for example, APL is under the Maritime Security Program.
Mm-hmm.
And so the U.S. has, they understand that this is a strategic location that needs to be served by U.S. flagged vessels, but they don't necessarily have to be U.S. built. And that's where our program comes in. And that's where sort of the disparity comes in between why, Matson would want to get us out of the program. They started another lawsuit last week against against MARAD, but, about allowing APL to come in. So, why is that? And we got to be able, we have a program in place that allows for the U.S. flag to continue to serve Guam. And so it doesn't necessarily have to be Jones Act.
Mm-hmm. Well, people have memories from before where there were other containers and other ships that came to Guam. I want to say Horizon Lines was one of the shipping companies that was running through here between China and Guam, Hawaii, Alaska, the East Coast, West Coast of the United States, and they went out of business. They left the market primarily because the business was drying up in Hawaii, and so that was no longer a profitable end of the line for them. And so they said, well, that's okay. We'll just walk away from the route, and they did. And it wasn't until APL came in that there was another line of competition, if you will.
No, that's correct. And, and I was actually involved in that, right? I used to work for Horizon Lines as well. And unfortunately, and that kind of leads to something that's sparking up right now within the economy right now, as far as we need to be able to create an export market out of Guam. And we need to be able to push that. And because this is a one-way head haul, we need to be able to naturally connect to another route, such as bringing exports out of China. So from Guam, China, West Coast, and that makes it economically efficient to be able to run those routes, because obviously we're not moving anything out of Guam, so you're not really making any money. And so when the impact that Horizon had was, unfortunately, the competitive nature out of China became so high that the rates really started coming down, and it wasn't really economic efficient to be able to run these ships from Guam to China to the West Coast, because you had these other bigger companies that were
because it was old and energy inefficient. I mean, you think about chips the same way you think about computers, and today's computers, today's iPhone with what is it, A12 Bionic chip on the inside of it. I mean, that's gangbusters, even in comparison to the iPhone that was out just 10 years ago. Keep those numbers in your head. It's the same thing in the shipping business. Is they're very difficult to retrofit, and once you've got a big engine in there, that's as big and efficient as it's going to get.
Absolutely.
And so, the longer you keep those things in there, and then you got some hull requirements that the Jones Act is big on. I'm sorry, you said sparking up, and I know that distracted James Howard, and that likely got me distracted as well. With the change in the Jones Act, we talk about shipping in terms of boats in the ocean here, but there's also a whole lot of freight that comes to Guam in airplanes. To what degree does the Jones Act impact any of the airline business?
Well, I mean, so as far as the airlines, I mean, it all depends on how the structure is going to be created, because there's laws that would allow for Guam to be able to rehandle some of the cargo. So, some of the ideas that have been thrown out is be able to receive cargo here on Guam, whether it's via air or ocean, and be able to transform it to a product that's being handled by Guam, where we can stamp our seal on it and then export it back out to the world, or primarily the mainland. So I think that there's definitely avenues that we need to continue to search, but I think that Guam is primed to look at all those things, where it's a hub and spoke, where, we bring in, like, similar to what China does, right? Yeah. China doesn't really make the iPhone. They put it together, but all the components come from different, Japan, Korea, they all give in their chips and they're, they manufacture a component of it. And then it's all assembled in China and then shipped back to the U.S.
Is there something we can do with boonie dogs? We have an awful lot of those. I'm wondering, because I'm in my head, I'm trying to think of what we have an abundance of here, besides idiot politicians, and I don't know whether there's going to be any kind of export market in that. I think I hear what you're saying is maybe that there's something that can be done with assemblies of certain projects, sub-assemblies, some manufacturing, some light manufacturing that can be done here, and then put the stuff in a box, put the boxes in a container, and then send them someplace else for their final dress up before they hit retail.
100%.
But that might be a lot of moving parts, and we might not have a lot of the things that we need here to get that kind of thing done. We'd have to build up some kind of infrastructure to get it done, and find the right people that could man those operations.
I think the people, we have some pretty bright people here, Ray, and I think that if we look at the market that we need to stay away from the market. I mean, we're not going to compete against China in making T-shirts. That's not the markets we should be tech, pharmaceutical, but even with the tech, with the assembles, we have the warehousing right now. I mean, I look at warehouses every day, and we have the people that need work. They can be trained, and it's sort of coming into a high-tech, assembly line where everybody kind of does their portion of putting the iPhone together, and then the next person puts their portion, and it just kind of goes down the line. And we can do that now, honestly. I mean, we have the infrastructure, because we have, from an ocean perspective, we have it. From the air side, we got to be able to, we have, United is running multiple flights a day of just cargo. Not necessarily passengers, but cargo. So, and they're running from China to Guam. I mean, they're running all these routes today. So I think we have the mechanism. We just got to do it. I mean, we got to be aggressive and start going out and start, knocking on everybody's door to get these things going, because the more we talk about it, we'll be talking about this thing another year, and come on.
Well, I mean, somebody that attracts as much attention as Ocasio-Cortez might be the moving vehicle that we need to take this conversation to the next step in Washington, D.C. So I don't know. You know Mike St. Nicholas as well as I do. You send him a copy of this story and see if he might be able to get together with her and start something in their caucus in Washington, D.C. and see where this eventually takes us. I think it'd be fun. One last question before we jump into the last look at headlines with Mon. I appreciate your time. Charlie Hermosa from APL on the line, answering my questions about the possibility now that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is talking about it on the 3rd anniversary of Hurricane Maria. And again, for those of you that don't recall, Jones Act was lifted temporarily to allow for a whole lot more movement of goods and supplies in the wake of Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico. So we know it's possible. It's been done. And frankly, I would have just left that precedent where it was. Now, if we're talking about a whole lot more possibilities for importation and even an export industry here on Guam. What are your thoughts on the Port Authority of Guam? How's Rory doing with some of the buildup that they're doing down there? I saw that they were cleaning up some stuff over at Seaplane Ramp in the last couple of weeks, so it should start looking pretty good. What are your thoughts? What else do we need to do at our port to make it better for exporting?
No, to that, the first part of that question, I think Rory and the team and everybody at the port has been doing an absolutely tremendous job. I mean, not only working through the amount of volume that's coming in and out of the port, but also dealing with the COVID and the safety issues that they've had to deal with. So, hats off to Rory and the team because they've actually done a tremendous job. Now, as far as what they've been doing, obviously there's things at the port that Rory's been trying to push as far as getting some of those old cranes down, the RTGs. We've had some very good meetings with the folks that are planning, they're doing the master plan at the port, and they're getting input from all the carriers, all the folks involved. So at least we have some type of buy-in for us to give them recommendations of what we need to do to make the port even better than it is now. But the cleaning up process can only go as far as the bidding process goes out as far as putting it out and the timelines. But it looks like it's definitely getting pushed forward, and I think that they know exactly the targets that they need to do to just cleaning house. I think from the cranes will be a huge deal, and I think they're moving forward with that. So, but they can only move as fast as the bidding process would allow that. So
Right.
I think they're doing a great job.
Okay, well, we'll leave it at that, and watches, and maybe there's going to be some kind of development on all of this. It comes from out of the Grassroots Institute, and you can find that on the World Wide Web, or just go look up Hawaii Free Press, and you'll be able to see that story, among other very interesting stories that are coming out of Honolulu these days. It's 8:38 in the morning. Charlie Hermosa from APL. I certainly appreciate your time, and maybe I know a couple of important Rotary buddies were listening to this conversation. Maybe they will put something like that together. Sell a whole bunch of lunch tickets for an opportunity to see Charlie Hermosa and Bernie from over at Matson go at it on the Jones Act.
Would love it. Would love it.
All right, buddy. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Thanks, Ray.
888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. 839. Mana with her last look at news next. Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer staycation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance. Aganya 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo at 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Today, indoor air quality is more critical than ever, and the experts at Carrier have a solution for your protection and peace of mind. Introducing Carrier's OptiClean air filtration system with HEPA filters and optional UV light accessories. Designed for hospital isolation rooms, yet versatile enough for businesses, schools, and other large areas. This machine can cover 1,500 square feet. It's compact, portable, and only runs on 110 power. Contact Carrier at 647-COOL to learn more.
Oh, it's nice. Somebody sent me a bunch of old Guam pictures. So, let's see if I can get some of this up on the screen just because it's fun to look at. Oh, the warm bath of nostalgia, as he says. You look at an ad for the 5 ADA stores at your service. Did everybody have a favorite ADA store? I remember mine was over where Mescla is in Aganya. That was one of our favorite ADA store. Used to sell tinny and beef. I think we were the only ones that ate it. Tinny and beef is sold like chicken. I'll tell you what. You don't remember that? You're not.
I've never seen it
from back in the day. And then wasn't it the Payless in Tamuning? Wasn't that was an Adiseu as well, right? Shelley would know. Shelley would know. Shelley to answer the question.
The one over in Oka.
Yes, that's exactly the one I'm talking about. Here's a
I
shot.
know that place.
Yeah, there's not one of us that doesn't have the memory of getting in the back of a pickup truck and going to the ice plant to get ice.
The blocks, the huge blocks.
Yeah, well, you can see there's a huge block of in this picture, and that was the deal. We take this huge block, we stick it in one of these old stainless steel rice pots that I don't know where my grandfather found them in the Navy or someplace like that.
It's still at Mom's house.
That was the cooler. You'd go at the ice block with some ice picks.
Yeah,
which is what that's for. And pretty soon you got ice and cold beer, and that's how you got it. And if you were around about 14 or 15 years old after Super Typhoon Pamela, you've got vivid memories of being on O'Brien Drive from about where the Pigo Cemetery is in one direction and the courtroom in the other direction, in the line to go to Pedro's ice plant to get ice, because otherwise the food was going to go bad and there was no way to make a beer cold or something like that. Some great memories. I was born here. In this
old
hospital.
GMH hospital, huh?
Me too. Maybe even you, Joe.
No. I wasn't born here in Guam.
What?
Oh, you weren't?
No.
You can't run for president then.
I can.
Mana's going to do the news while I got these.
And then that became the
which one?
I was going to say it was the crazy hospital.
A little further down the road, the superstructure I don't recall they were using for mental health.
Because as a little kid, we would tour it, and I don't remember what it was at the time. It might have been just an old hospital, but I always thought that crazy people lived in there. You know, thoughts of a child.
Yeah, I want to say that there was some mental health activities that were taking place a little bit further up the line from there. Many people will look at the building and remember when that was part of the scenery for many years. We didn't have any big buildings on Guam. The two tallest structures were the bell tower at the Cathedral Basilica and Guam Memorial Hospital. As I say, the distinction is that's where I was born. So I always got happy memories of the place. 8:42 in the morning. Montesilva Tyron's got our last look at news. I'll play some more of these while the news is on. I don't know what you do next.
Well, senators passed a number of bills in session yesterday. Those will be sent to the governor for her review and action. The governor does have 10 days to act on those bills. Also, a public hearing to be held beginning at 9 o'clock. Some bills dealing with funding for public health and then a couple dealing with the pandemic. The hearing starts at 9, then the second part starts at 12:30. They are being held via Zoom. 81 new cases of coronavirus confirmed yesterday, bringing the total positives on Guam to 3,756. There are 68 people in the hospital, 14 of them in the intensive care unit. The Joint Information Center does say that there are 1,300 people in active isolation. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
All right, gotcha. Got some great pictures that in the reel that was there. This obviously is Townhouse from back in the day, and it must have been way back in. Does it close till 9?
Oh, your townhouse is open.
The townhouse is open. Okay, is that just a Guam thing, right?
I think
that's
so.
Only a Guam thing?
Yeah, only on Guam.
Because there's times I'll say something I think that's just a us thing, and then I'll say it somewhere else and get slapped in the face. Yeah. Like I didn't know poke squid was a Hawaii thing too. And I made reference to a girl, and I used that word to describe her to my other Chamorro friends. And she turned around, and I thought, oh, is she from Guam? She knows that word. 8:44 in the morning. It's the Ray Gibson Show, and I'll return in a moment.
We all need to fight COVID-19, and we need all the weapons we can get to beat it. Your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools to battle this pandemic. The Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app can let you know if you've been exposed to someone who has the virus. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
Are you fed up with those long bank lines? Do you wish you had a bank who gave you faster service? Well, by enrolling in Bank Pacific's new mobile app, you don't even need to wait in line. But even if you do want to come down in person, we're more than happy to see your smiling face, as long as you have a mask. Because our service is so good, we don't believe in lines. Because for 66 years, we've been making sure you get the service you deserve. Because where others put branches, we place roots. And we're rooting for you. Member FDIC.
Oh, that's nice. I got a couple of, and I'll try to get that one up on the screen in a couple of minutes. John Nananich sent me a picture of the old family shoe store. You know where Bank of Guam is, the main branch in Agana?
Yeah.
Yeah. So at that corner in that area was the old family shoe store, Joey Duenas' family's place.
Crazy.
And that was the place that you went. They only had like 2 or 3 different kinds of shoes. Because this is the 1950s, right? So they had shoes for men and shoes for boys and shoes for girls. And they all looked the same. They just what kind of shoes is that? It's black shoes. The Pan Am flight's got brown shoes coming in a little bit later on, and the Edwards brand of shoes. One of the other pictures that I popped up was South Seas, and Mana's looking at it. Mana's not going to know where that was. South Seas from back in the day was one of these places. They sold everything. I mean, it was one of these like gift stores and stuff. So my Uncle Jim, we'd go. Shelley and I would go to 11:30 Mass with Uncle Jim. He would read the thing. At Mass, and then afterwards, if I was good, then we'd go to South Seas and buy comic books for a nickel a piece back in those days. God, this is good times.
Yeah.
Just incredible times. Oh, my God. We're going to go back to those kinds of times because the economy is going to be crap.
Yeah.
There aren't going to be any tourists coming around, and all we're going to have to look forward to is goofing out. Maybe some military and some military construction and a handful of tourists here and there. We're not going to have the big, full-blown hospitality industry like we had before. We will be oohing and ahhing is what's going to... We will ooh and ah every time we hear about another airplane came in with tourists on it.
Ooh.
What's the count today? How many tourists? How many arrivals do we have today? Must be 75, 80. Right? That's where we're going to be headed here before too much longer. 8:47 in the morning. 888-825-5888-TALK. Gerard wants to talk about Townhouse. Good morning, Gerard. How you doing?
I'm well, Ray. How are you doing?
I'm awesome. You know, and I am remiss. I've been trying to get my cooking skills up to a point where I could attack some of the recipes in Gerard Afflegui's Tomorrow Cuisine cookbook. But it's one of the... I've been distracted. Can I just explain? I've been distracted by a Japanese hamburger recipe. I'm trying to perfect that.
Could it be that Japanese lady with the little daughter on YouTube, or no?
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, there's a very popular Japanese young lady.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were doxing me, dude. I thought you were outing something. See, I'm all red now. It's hot in here. That's crazy. My late mother-in-law used to make just the best hamburger, and so I've been trying to come up with that recipe again. And so in the process of doing this, you know this, in the process you're going, well, wait a second. She'd like to put a lot of onions in hers. I don't like a lot of onions in mine. So let me see if there's other flavors that I can mix in. And, they had some really good mushrooms over at Payless the other day. So I put that in there, and I'm working on a mushroom gravy. And then you have that with an egg over rice. And I wish I could come up with a name for that.
Comfort food.
Yes, exactly. I wish I could come up with a name for it. But anyway, so that's been my project stuff in the kitchen recently, is trying to come up with Ray Gibson's perfect Japanese hamburger recipe.
Well, you've got to share it with me so we can put it into the next edition, Ray.
I'll let me see if already talking about the next edition. This Gerard Afflegui, and you can find him on Facebook, the Tomorrow Cuisine Cookbook, and plenty more. Oh, here's another memory. Bob Klitsky talking about the only elevators on Guam were at Guam Memorial Hospital. And I'm sure you're talking about the civilian side, didn't they? I'm sure they had elevators in the military hospital, in the old Navy hospital. At any rate, so we were being real. Joe and Mono were talking a few minutes ago about the phrase "your townhouse is open," and I'm wondering if that's just a Guam thing.
Well, I actually want to tell you that I have a memory of Townhouse, and I don't think it's just a Guam thing. I want to say that back in the 70s. Do you remember Big Bird, Oscar the Grouch, and Cookie Monster?
Sesame Street, sure.
They made their way to Guam. And I was a little boy, and I remember actually being in front of that stage when Big Bird made its way to Guam. That was one of the highlights of my life.
Wow.
My young life, I should say.
That was kind of a place. After a while, they stopped being the Townhouse because they moved it to the main branch, what is now the Agana Shopping Center, in the middle of the 1970s, and then leased that out as kind of an indoor bazaar. You might remember this. There were a bunch of places. In fact, a girlfriend of mine, her mom ran a place there called LSA Imports, and they would bring in all kinds of handcrafts and Capiz lamps and things like that from the Philippines. And they had a location there. There were a couple of other little stores, and then it burned down one night. Then there was a fire, and the whole old townhouse got burnt to a crisp, and eventually bulldozed that.
I remember that.
And then it became Nissan Auto City for a long, long time.
I distinctly remember that.
So the
Those
next
are the days, right?
Yeah, so the next time you're sitting over at Venue and wondering about, a little bit of that location's history, there was a whole lot going on. That was the place for years and years and years. I got every back to school memory was at Townhouse. Every Christmas shopping memory was at Townhouse. That was the only place on Guam. I'm almost 100% positive that you could get Boy Scout uniforms. Oh my God, I can smell it.
And probably even your Christmas photograph with Santa Claus.
Yeah. That was the spot to go to before there were places like Gibson's and GPO and Micronesia Mall. It was Townhouse. It was it was a big department store community. And so back to school was Townhouse. It was Diana's back in those days. Mark's, Walgreens, and you can almost close your eyes if you're old enough. You can close your eyes and you can smell the peanuts roasting. They had one of those peanut roasters like they do over at Rexall's. And who remembers when Rexall's was new out there? Oh, my God. Total warm bath of nostalgia. Dude, I'm going to let you go. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
All right.
You have a terrific day. Always nice to hear from you. And keep me posted on the next revision of the book, Tomorrow Cuisine. It's a great cookbook, and frankly, the other reason why I haven't gotten anything cooked out of it yet is because it's been in the living room. It's one of those. I got a couple of books, the living room books. That's one of them, and then there's a book on hiking trails that the guys over at the Guam Daily Post put out. And so somebody was remarking recently, I want to go to Aggie Caves. And I'm going, yeah, okay. Do you know where that is, Ray? Yeah, hold on a second. Hold on just a second. Yeah, I'll be right back. I got to use the bathroom and grab the book on the way in. Yeah, it's right over here. Start talking. You mansplain your way through hiking and trails and things like that. 8:53 in the morning. Got Dr. George Macris going to check in with the program a little bit later on. Now, what else is on the table of contents that I'm most interested in talking about? The tourism, the reopening of the hospitality industry on Guam early 2021. And as I said, they're doing it now in Hawaii. The state of Hawaii has put together a no quarantine plan if you come in with a negative test result. Now, one of the problems that they have run into apparently is that there's a whole lot of people that weren't paying attention to the instructions and saw a very low price to fly to Hawaii. And said, I'm on that plane, baby. And they get on the plane, and they get down there, and Frank DeLima, who now works at the airport in Hawaii, said, hey, brother, where's your negative test there, brother? And you go, what? 100 baht days. What do you mean? I'm just throwing all the words I know. What? Pokesquid, 100 baht. So apparently Governor David Iggy made the call to allow travelers in without quarantine, even if their negative COVID-19 test came from a non-approved provider. Which is something Jay Rojas, remember we were talking about this last week, and I sent a note to, what's her name, at Public Health, Janella
Carrera.
I sent a note to her. I said, you need to put some fire on this. Otherwise, people from Guam will be able to go through Hawaii, but we can't stop because we could come in with a negative COVID test, but it's not from one of their approved guys. So that turned out to be a problem for everybody that was coming in. So Iggy made the call. People can come into quarantine even if their negative COVID-19 test came from a non-approved provider. Change came when the airlines arrived, when arrival lines at the airport were packed. This guy's, and I know the guys that are working the deal. I guess Sonny Atta and Jerry Perez and Carl Gutierrez over at GVB. But just take a look at what's happening in Hawaii and give you an idea of how we got to do a better job of streamlining this process. If this is what's happening with arriving passengers from the United States going to Hawaii right now. Imagine how much more compounded our problems are going to be when we're talking about people that are arriving from Japan, only speak Japanese. Korea, only speak Korean. Taiwan, only speak Chinese. Right? So we're going to have to make arrangements to be able to streamline this process and make sure that they know when they get on the plane at the source markets what they can expect when they get out to Guam. And I will, again, out of just love for Guam, and my own personal generosity, being a warm, intelligent man, I'd like to make the offer that I will personally go out and, you know what? Jim Nelson used to do this for SPIA. I'm almost positive. And there was SPIA, sometimes possibly in the air. And he would be in Hawaii. right? It's a guy'd fly out and meet all the passengers in Hawaii and then fly them home to Guam. It was all, and I always thought it was a great, whether it was planned or not, what a great opportunity to become a concierge, to become kind of an ambassador. Is you're at the terminal in Japan, and all of the people, you put up a big sign, okay? So everyone, raise your hand if you have a negative COVID test from the last 72 hours. And everybody's hand goes up. And if somebody's hand doesn't go up, all right, we're going to put some fire on that. We'll see if we can get you tested right now and maybe have the results available when we reach Guam 3.5 hours later. We ought to be able to do that with that kind of technology. Anybody traveling with little kids? Real Joe needs a single mom. Anybody? Anybody raise your hand? Right? So we get all of those things taken care of. Ray Gibson's on the airplane with them all the way through. We arrive on Guam, and I'm walking. Yeah, Psy Super Dry.
Drinks
all the way through first class.
Yeah.
Right? I party up in the cockpit with the pilots, like I always do.
Yeah.
Ask Pierre. Anyway, so we do all of that stuff, and then when we get them on the ground here, we just hold everybody's hand through the process, and it doesn't end until we get them in the hotels. Or at least to the car.
That's how you create the return visitor.
A couple of them would walk right up to the room with them. You know what I'm talking about. So anyway, KITV4 heard from officials from all counties, and a big factor that contributed to the problems, multiple flights coming in at the same time, creating a backlog of people waiting in line to get verified. Tim Sakahara from their DOT said the lines at the airports were running smoother today, but says the state is working to help improve the process to help prevent long lines. And now they're going to talk to the airlines about staggering their arrivals so that we don't have everybody in the terminal at the same time. Hawaii Island is the only county that requires a second test upon arrival, which helped make for a 4-hour wait for many of the people just trying to get out of the airport and get to tour Kona. So there are one or two things that we got to keep in mind as we start talking about what this reopening is going to be like. One of the things that I again, volunteer my time for the people of Guam. I'll go to Hawaii. I'll go to Japan and take a look at how people are doing with COVID. We've got our own mantras and rules here, right? No entry without a mask, and wash your hands, and social distance, and let's go raid McCrowds, or whatever, once a week, daily. Whatever the protocols are in Japan and in Korea and in Taiwan, we ought to take a look at those and figure out how we can adopt them all here so that we don't have people coming to Guam to learn how we do it, as much as we adjust what we're doing, especially in the hospitality industry, for what they're already used to. In Japan, they're already staying in hotels as tourists. Their domestic travel is up. Koreans have been doing the same thing. They're doing some traveling, moving around inside their own countries. So we got to find out what the best practices are there and adopt those here into what is our hospitality industry. And if we're talking about gearing up for 2021, let me just say, Carl, Jerry, Sonny, book my ticket now, because I'll tell you, I'm going to be in crazy demand at some point.
First class, please.
First class. First. Bulkhead, bro. I want it. As soon as I walk in, bed. As soon as I walk in. I don't want to be anywhere near the back galley either, right? It's a clack, 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 clack all night long. Everybody going to the bathroom. Never get that smell. The bathroom smell out of your nose. It takes 2 days for that to go away when you fly back there. That's why they used to put the smoking class on the airplane. It was punishment for people. You want to smoke? Okay, you got to lay down near the bathroom and by the galley that's working 24 hours. Look, I got a breakaway. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. Macra's coming up.
In the home stretch, I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Just over 2 weeks until Election Day, and President Trump is back out on the campaign trail, spending time this afternoon in Prescott, Arizona.
This is an election that's a choice between a Trump recovery at the highest end or a Biden depression.
The president won the state in 2016, but recent polls show a tightening race. He'll also make an appearance. He's there right now in Tucson. The president's opponent, former Vice President Biden, is off the trail as he prepares for Thursday's debate, his running mate in the battleground state of Florida.
Senator Harris was on the attack against the president for his handling of COVID-19 and what she called his assault on Obamacare.
Do you know Donald Trump is in court right now trying to get rid of it with his boy, Bill Barr?
Her remarks in Orlando also implied attempts to suppress the minority vote. Harris says it's because the president knows.
When we vote, we win. When we vote, We change things.
Senator Harris' visit coincides with the start of early voting in Florida, which many polls have as a toss-up. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
6 members of the Russian military charged in what the U.S. Department of Justice is calling a widespread hacking scheme that targeted the French election, the 2018 Winter Olympics in South Korea, and U.S. hospitals and businesses. But Assistant Attorney General John Demers says,
"We make no election interference allegations here."
The men, all believed to be officers in the Russian military agency GRU, and they're also accused of destructive attacks on Ukraine's power grid. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention has issued a strong recommendation that all passengers and employees on planes, trains, subways, buses, taxis, and rideshare vehicles wear masks to prevent the spread of COVID-19. America is listening to Fox News.
Half a day. I am George Vamba, a Republican and former senator in the Guam legislature and chief of staff to 2 Republican governors, Paul Cabo and Felix Camacho. Even though Robert Underwood and I haven't always been on the same side of the political fence, I respect him and have worked with him resolving issues important to our people and our island while Robert was in Congress and as president of the University of Guam. I have always had a deep respect for Robert personally and professionally, and continue to do so. At this critical time in our island's history, we need Robert's wisdom and experience to fight for all of us in Washington, D.C. He is a trustworthy and more than capable candidate for Congress, and that is why I am ready for Robert Underwood.
I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
People are traveling by air again despite the pandemic.
The Transportation Security Agency says it screens over 1 million passengers in one day on Sunday. It's the highest number of people screened at TSA checkpoints since March 17th of this year. The agency also says it screened 6.1 million passengers nationwide last week. That's the highest weekly volume for the TSA since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. 1 million does sound like a lot of people heading into airports across the nation, but passenger volumes do remain well below pre-pandemic levels. The TSA has been making changes during the outbreak using acrylic barriers and technologies like a new device that lets you insert your ID card into a reader, eliminating the need for a screening officer to touch your ID. CJ Papa, Fox News.
A new poll finds a lot of people are thinking about quitting their jobs as stresses mount 7 months into the pandemic.
Even with millions of Americans losing work during the pandemic, 1 in 4 with jobs say they've thought about quitting, with 7 in 10 complaining about the stress of juggling work and other responsibilities, and others worried about contracting the coronavirus at work. And it's lower income workers who are more likely to quit or think about it. Most people don't necessarily blame their employer, though, with just 18% saying they're not doing enough to support workers during the pandemic. The polls from the Associated Press and ORC's Center for Public Affairs Research. Chris Foster, Fox News.
A monitor was appointed to oversee the handling of sexual abuse claims at St. Paul's School in Concord, New Hampshire, has resigned, accusing campus officials of trying to stop his efforts. Jeffrey Marr was appointed last year as part of an agreement with the Attorney General's office after a 2018 investigation found credible evidence of abuse involving 20 former faculty members over several decades. He claims he was publicly berated and retaliated against for trying to do his job. Wall Street at the close. Stocks gave up an early gain and turned lower. The Dow lost 410 points. The Nasdaq off 192. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Hafidi, this is Kayla from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Today, indoor air quality is more critical than ever, and the experts at Carrier have a solution for your protection and peace of mind. Introducing Carrier's OptiClean air filtration system with HEPA filters and optional UV light accessories. Designed for hospital isolation rooms, yet versatile enough for businesses, schools, and other large areas. This machine can cover 1,500 square feet. It's compact, portable, and only runs on 110 power. Contact Carrier at 647-COOL to learn more.
I'm doing something. Can I just not finish? I want to do my research here.
Okay.
I want to get something up on the screen. There is on Facebook, Sherry Dominique de Vera has shared a video, Little Elm Parks and Recreation, and there's a place called Lakefront at Little Elm, and they have a drive-through of Christmas deal. I think now this isn't it. This is a place called Elf Acres. Let me see if I can get this up on the screen. It's Elf Acres. And yeah, see, look at that. So you got, it's an actual drive-through. Instead of going someplace like we did last year, right across the Hyatt, they had that little Wonderland park that they've got down there. So obviously we're not going to be able to do that because COVID-19, and they're going to keep us in lockdown since forever. But there does need to be someplace where we can take people in a drive-through setting, COVID-19 safe. We'll give up a channel on the radio and we'll play Christmas songs in it.
Yeah,
and all of that
great
stuff.
idea.
Yeah, right. And so you just drive through it, and you got the North Pole over here, Santa's Workshop over there, and tomorrow Christmas themes, carol bells, and trees, and all of that as you drive through this area. So I'm thinking this would be great at Gil Breeze.
Yeah.
Zero Down, someplace up there.
Kids from 1 to 99.
Yeah. So, but I mean, look at some of the stuff we're talking about
That's
here.
cool.
Those of you that are watching on the radio, it's like a it's a tunnel of lights that you're driving through. So just do a Google for something like that. That might be the way that we're going to be able to do. Oh, we could do.
How about a Salvation Army present cannon?
There's more that we can do. There's a lot more that we could do on this, I think. While I'm looking at that, so we've got obviously you've got the Santa Claus thing and the Mrs. Claus. We ought to be able to do this like at Easter time. We'll do the Stations of the Cross.
Oh,
like a drive-through stations of the cross or something like that. All these other different Bible stories. It'd be fun.
Yeah,
crazy fun. Where would we put something like that? I mean, like a quarter mile maybe worth of where they're just Christmas lights that people will drive through in order to get that COVID Christmas spirit that we're talking about. Santa with a mask, that kind of thing.
A Ganya.
Definitely a Ganya?
Yeah.
Like all of Marine Drive or just that Doak strip?
Yeah.
Yeah, where Moses is. O'Brien, let's do it on O'Brien Drive.
Strip right
there's
there.
nothing going on in O'Brien Drive, but maybe there ought to be. Maybe there's a school out there with that's got a track that we can go around.
Oh yeah.
Well, Adeloop. When we turn Adeloop into they got to do something for the people. How about we'll get one of those things that just turn the whole Adeloop circle into a drive-through holiday theme thing. Okay, all right, fine, that's enough of that. Enjoy Chili's 2 for $35 dinner deal. Choose an appetizer, 2 Coca-Cola fountain drinks, and any 2 entrees. So you get 2 Coca-Cola fountain drinks, and then you know what you do? You go to the 76 Circle K and get some of those little bottles, little tiny bottles. Anyway, we got a couple entrees. Baby back ribs. Oh, stop right there. How about the personal chicken fajitas or ultimate bacon burger? Oh, my God. Now, you got 3 great entrees, and I can only choose 2? Okay, bacon burger and... I'm going to have to go twice. That's what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to figure out how each night a different set of entrees. Available daily from 3 to closing. For patio dining, for takeout, call 648-7377 or WhatsApp at 929-7376.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Nice to get everybody sitting in the warm bath of nostalgia, looking over some old pictures of Guam, and there's old townhouse there. James Howard writes, "I lost my virginity at townhouse. Christmas, 1989, best holiday ever." But they're really good. They had really good people working in there. So if you lost something, you could ask one of the clerks, and they'd help you find it. Jerome McDonald talking about prom tuxedos. Mike Grace Bloss pistachios over at the Walgreens. Ben Franklin, multi-level shopping. It was the first time we ever saw escalators on Guam.
Yeah.
Was at Ben Franklin. People would come from miles around From all the way up in Jigo, all the way down south in Molesto, and they make their way up to say, well, which way do you want to go, boy? You want to go in Iran way? You want to go through Yamata? I don't know, man, but we gotta get to Ben Franklin and ride the elevator. Elizabeth Gumatauta, Luhan's little store with the big bargains. And the Minor Bird. Do you remember the Minor Bird?
Hello.
No.
Some other things, too.
My brother went in there and taught it a couple of interesting phrases. Pam Duvall sings, single, single. Joe, you cougar, like my auntie who likes to party. Steve Martinez. Oh, see, now we can see the conversations merging into when I was talking about flying on airplanes. Steve Martinez, fun flying old style back in the day. Continental's DC-10 pub flight between Honolulu and Guam. There was no sleeping on that plane. There was no, you could try, but as soon as they opened up the thing in the back and we went pub style, it's over. It's over. People stand up the entire 8 hours for while that was going on. You might, depending on who you are and how long you've been around. There's probably some pictures floating around of some great old Guam names that were taking a drink or two on that pub flight. Pan Am and TWA, says Elizabeth. I believe you. Quonset Hut Airport. I'm old enough to barely remember the Quonset Hut Airport on the center, on the Route 8 side. Let me see who else is playing around. Flashback in time, enjoying my Beyond moments. It's all right. We got to do that every once in a while. And then we got all kinds of other conversations about some of the people that I talked to in the last hour of the program. 888-825-5880-TALK. Ray says, let's do the Stations of the Cross on the air. Yeah. You didn't think I knew that, huh? Yeah, I went to cathedral grade school. I remember that. That was my least favorite Catholic exercise, was walking around the church and doing it. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. So where are we? 9:12 in the morning. Is my doctor on the phone? Ladies and gentlemen,
Yes.
It's a real doctor, as we say, from all the way out in Party Central, Florida, USA, where the governor has now said, you people do whatever you want. No masks are being mandated. Wash your hands if you remember, and open everything up to 100% and stop closing everything down. He's opened up the state, and for better or for worse. But I'm not hearing a whole lot of people complaining, and I'm not hearing about a whole lot of people, Doc, leaving the state as a result of this wild and reckless abandon opening things up.
Well, I don't think that's going to happen. In fact, the population is increasing. This is what they call snowbird time. So, yes, I was out this past weekend, and yes, it was pretty wild. And yes, there was masks, there were no masks, but fortunately there were more masks than not. Which brings me to what a statement I made last night, which I need to clarify.
Thanks.
If you give me a minute.
Of course.
Yesterday I said there was zooming around the medical circuitry was the comment, and it was kind of a recycled WHO statement that transmission in asymptomatic people is very rare. Well, I didn't add the caveat that very rare with masks. In fact, even if you are symptomatic, transmission is rare with masks. So let me break it down. If 100 people are infected, somewhere between 10 and 50 are asymptomatic.
Okay.
And of those, again, if they are masked, the asymptomatic, it's very rare for anybody to transmit, and in the symptomatic, it's rare. So basically, in the casual contact of day-to-day business, we're not talking about families where people eat at the table, are close to one another. On Guam, they're effectively trapped at home. The odds of you getting infected at the mall, even at a movie theater, is extremely rare. And that was the point I was trying to make. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, because it ran similar to a comment that was made by the WHO in general about asymptomatic patients not being as big spreaders of COVID-19. And a couple of days later, after that went wide, they walked it back. And it sounded familiar when I thought about it in the second listen in my head. But for clarity, it's generally the same statement, but it requires the masks in order to
I added in the mask because what the WHO just kind of, I guess in a way, walked it back, but just said, we just don't know, all right? But since that time, that was about early June, we kind of know a little bit more about that, but you have to understand that there's so many variables. It depends on, there's even cultural variables, and then there's Guam, which is hot and humid, and then there's the cool Northeast, where you're seeing increases where viruses can sustain themselves. Remember, viruses begin to degrade at about 76 to 78 degrees. They don't like humidity. There's a lot of variables, but I think the point I'm making is let's get to the lockdown story again. Lockdowns either do nothing or make things worse. Now, you could look at is it A or is it B on Guam? I leave it to the listeners to make that analysis. Right now, your infectivity rate is about 15%, 14 to 15% as tested in a focus group, and is getting up to 6 or 7%. Hey, in Florida, it's almost 15%. And once again, if that business is back, people are functioning, and the death rate is effectively, if not static, is dropping. So we've got to embrace this virus and deal with it. You just can't. You can run, but you can't hide from it. And people on Guam who are losing money don't have the means to be healthy, to even buy vitamin D, let alone zinc tablets, to prevent further, this disease from ravaging them further.
Mm-hmm. No, and you and I have been saying the same thing. Let's go back to that number, 15%, because I was talking about something else with somebody, and I heard the same thing with regard to New York's numbers are low. Florida's numbers are 15% infectivity rate down there. And I'm going, wait a second, that sounds similar to what we've got going on here on Guam, but yet Florida is open for business and Guam is not.
Yes, and in fact, the infectivity rate is dropping in Florida. And again, I mentioned the other day this magic number of around 15% or less, which is what they call the herd immunity threshold. This is happening in other parts of the world, and it's felt that there's a natural immunity plus the active immunity plus the social distancing, which gives you this decrease in infection, and that's what seems to be happening in Florida. Mind you, Florida is putting a tremendous effort into protecting the vulnerable. They're not just saying lockdown at home. I mean, they almost have guards at the retirement communities and very strict rules. Guam could just say, lockdown, protect the vulnerable, without actually, as in this particular community, that has been the subject of a lot of, commentary recently. You can't just say lockdown but do nothing to help them protect the vulnerable. These people don't have the means. Florida, to some degree, had the means to protect people. Plus, there's more money here, and you can spread people out more. But you could protect the vulnerable and still have a thriving economy. That is the point.
Let's talk about vulnerability here and the kind of families that I when I close my mind and I imagine these families, I'm seeing it's a house, maybe no windows or nor glass on the windows, and there's a door and there's a breeze that goes through it, and there might be at any given time about a dozen or so people either living in the house or in the house, period. And in that situation, again, maybe people that are working 8 hours here, and then there's an old grandma and grandpa that live in the house as well. So how do we distance ourselves in those situations? I mean, it just seems like it's almost camp out living.
Well, the government has to take some of this vacant housing or unrented housing or even hotels and do something about that. I mean, you have to spread people out. But I kind of think that if you just unlock the lockdown and all the asymptomatic spreaders get out of the house, I think you'll start to see that. Remember, it's a mathematical function. It's prolonged contact time. You're at the wrong time at the wrong place when you get enough of that virus in you. When you're all contained in a house because you have nothing to do, not even a menial job to be outside because it's deemed unnecessary or, not an essential service, you are now adding to that, to that viral load in the air, and then whoever the vulnerable person will succumb to it. Now, I did some further research on Pacific Islanders and vitamin D levels, and they are next to the lowest vitamin. They did a study in University of Hawaii, and they found that Pacific Islanders have low, not as much as African Americans, but low levels, or under 30, close to 20 in some cases, of vitamin D, at which point people who get ill with COVID may have very bad outcomes. So that's why I've been pushing if you're not doing anything, just give these people vitamin D tablets to take. But again, people who have no money cannot make good food choices. They go more for calories than quality. So, for example, they won't eat high-quality protein. They'll eat, starches, things like that, rice. They have to put food in their belly. It just is a spiral that makes things worse and makes the infectivity rate go up for a number of obvious reasons.
And then we get them into the hospitals that they're going into the hospital that they're already chronic because they have not been paying attention to their health because they don't have the capabilities of doing that. Into another subject, they're talking about maybe opening up the island for tourism in the first part of 2021. Wow, feels like there's light at the end of the tunnel, Doc. And so question is and we touched on this a little bit, and I heard a little bit more about it in Brian Kilmeade program recently about generally how safe air travel is. With as many people that are flying now, even in Hawaii, where they're keeping track of arrivals, they've only got one person in 1,100 people arriving in the Big Island. Only one test came back positive.
Well, yes. I mean, I think I mentioned yesterday there was a DOD and airline study that was done where they found the infectivity rate. I mean, it was so low, it was probably like 0.001% chance of getting it if the passengers were masked. So it's very low. It's just, what do you do about the screening process? I mean, I, like you, are hesitant to travel where within 72 hours I have to get a nasal swab. Fortunately, they have the anterior nary swab. They have the easy ones to do, and that's going to be the challenge. And Dr. Poole and I had a side discussion about how it would work with Guam. And again, there's increasing confidence in canines detecting people who have COVID, not necessarily they're just infected, but have developed COVID. I think you mentioned they can detect 18 viral particles. So there's good evidence to show that dogs will detect a sick person. And then, of course, you have the thermal scan, and then you have the rapid saliva and the anterior nose, you don't have to tickle your brain. And these are going to be ready in anywhere from 3 to 10 minutes. And that's you can screen people with the dogs, you can thermally pull them out, and you can get things moving. And I think that's the way to go. You start preparing for that now. You get your orders, you get your station set up, and also, I guess, train your dogs.
Well, and that's the problem here is that we don't have a plan. The closest thing we've got a plan right now is the Department of Education says we're not going to be doing any face-to-face learning until at least January. Until at least January, when the kids go back from the holiday break. And if I, as a parent, I go, well, I guess that's what that means, and I can plan on this is what the activities are going to be between here and those Christmas holidays. Maybe it'll change afterwards, but at least for the next 45 days, I know what the heck is going on. Is it 45 days? It's more.
Right. I listened in on that discussion, but I think if you're going to open up tourism, you begin planning now how you're going to integrate the people at that airport. You're not going to make people have nasal swabs 24 hours before, 72 hours, because a lot of countries are abandoning that now. So Guam's going to have to compete with other means.
Well, as I said,
protect the island.
Yeah, as I said, that means that we got to start sending guys right now to the source markets and find out what they are used to there, so that the Japanese are not trying to come in and do something that conforms to the way we do it on Guam, as much as we say, all right, what are your public health best practices in Hawaii and in Japan and in Korea and in Taiwan, et cetera. There's a story I wanted to share with you just because I thought it was very, very interesting. And this is from it's a treasure trove of activity these days. The Hawaii Free Press. And there's a whole lot more debate going on in Hawaii with regard to closures and lockdowns and COVID policies and public health policies. And I think it's kind of interesting. If you will, maybe later on go to the Hawaii Free Press and look some of this up. And what was an editorial contribution that talks about how everything that's happening right now feels like a vast medical experiment where we really don't know what's going on. A hodgepodge of public health interventions imposed without consent, improvised during a live pandemic, basically to see how it works. and it would not pass ethical muster at a single university where actual science is being conducted. And he goes through 3 steps that you would conduct in an ethical experiment with medicine and science. The number 1 duty of an investigator seeking permission to conduct research on people is describe the potential risks. What are the risks of a lockdown? And that was never really described. We got to do this for 2 weeks to flatten the curve. That was 8 months ago. But what are the risks? And as it turns out, we've got some significant risk to the economy. We've got significant health, mental health risks, suicides, increases in suicides. I'm told that Xanax prescriptions has gone up. I'm told that liquor sales are through the roof these days. So those are the potential risks. And I don't know if anybody brought that up when they said lock it all down back in March.
Well, no, and what you're describing is the IRB, the Investigational Research Board, or what before you're going to do a study.
Mm-hmm.
As you know, I mean, tomorrow night I have my online faculty meeting at the med school in Hawaii. I'm in touch with Hawaii. My son's living in my place there. We're having I'm in touch with Hawaii, but I'm more in touch with Guam. And it's correct. It got a little out of control in Hawaii, and I think that the Democratic leadership is going to pay the price for that. But let's focus on Guam, which has its own curves, its own, Hawaii's infectivity rate sits about 2 or 3%. They're broken up. They have a lot more assets. Guam is its own unique biosphere.
Mm-hmm.
You can't necessarily compare it to Iceland, or I tried to do comparisons with the U.S. Virgin Islands. It has its own world. And this experiment, if you look at the graph, we have one of the steepest rises in infectivity rate and mortality rate, if not the steepest rise of not just the United States, but the world. That's why, is it the blue pill or is it the red pill? Are things the same or are things worse? Which pill are you going to take, or are you going to are you going to just say, look, we can't just sit here frozen and expect things to get better? Obviously, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, they are not.
Well, and it's all been done largely without the consent of the participants. If you want to get back into that IRB, there's a whole lot of people that are annoyed about the way things are working. There are businesses that want to go back in there. You've got Lutz from over at McCrout's that I think every day is going to take a risk. And frankly, I wish he was being joined by many others in the restaurant game and saying you're going to have to shut us all down at some point. Yeah, I'm not the kind of guy that gears up for that kind of mass activity, but I think. If you don't start seeing that kind of thing happening in the restaurant business, they're all going to fold. And ain't nobody going to be happy with 30,000 underemployed people that all of a sudden become 30,000 unemployed people with no prospects of anything happening. That needs to be the subject of another question that gets asked. Gearing up for early 2021 reopening of Guam, you and I were just talking about what it's going to be like on the airplanes and at the airport. What's it going to be like when these Japanese and the Koreans and the Taiwanese get off the airplane? Where are they going to go? What are they going to do? It's not. We might be able to get somebody out golfing, but the restaurants are all going to be at maybe 50% capacity, and maybe we're going to be allowed to eat indoors. I don't know. But there isn't any nightclub business in Hawaii, as you know. There's 4 tiered layers, 4 tiers of their reopening, and when it comes to bars, there's no reopening date. There's no reopening plan for the bars in Hawaii.
Well, it's going to. I think the pressure is going to mount for it to happen sooner than later because it's like Florida. Look at the rates look at the infectivity rate here. Look what Florida went through, and everybody is just accepted it. Even the teachers, they've accepted it, and it's just part of life in an epidemic that ultimately will calculate out to be probably less, about the same as seasonal flu. Mind you, there are 480,000 people who die a year from cigarette smoking. Let's put that in context.
Yeah.
So right now, yes, you have a lot of things you can do, but you should be planning. You should be. I mean, you mentioned the booty dogs. I mean, get these. They're great. There's probably Pool could probably find some great ones to train if they're going to bring out trainers. And there's things that you can be doing now to plan for the opening. But right now, I mean, if it was a public service announcement in Chuk East to tell people to eat vitamin D-rich foods or go buy some pills or zinc, high. I mean, this would be a great thing to do to at least try to help those people and actually everyone on the island.
Yep.
But because the government's not helping you, got to start taking care of yourself. That's the point I'm trying to make.
We'll continue to make. We'll continue to make that point.
Too many people are afraid. Too many doctors are afraid. They don't want to say anything. It's tragic. And anyway, it's my nail biter when I look at these numbers every day.
I'm with you. I'm with you. There's a lot of people that look at those numbers every day and bite their nails, but we've got to remember a couple of things, and a lot of this is contact traced, and a lot of this is very, very focused on a group of individuals that we believe are sick, which has been, an issue that I brought up more than once or twice. It's not just kind of a random sample of people that happen to amble into a test somewhere. We're out in a place and talking to people that we believe have already gotten it or have it right now, and that's why the numbers are going to seem as high as they do. 9:31 in the morning, Doc. I'll talk to you pretty soon. It's always a delight.
All right, we'll talk again.
I'm sure of it. 888-825-5888-TALK. So wear a mask, I guess, is bottom line on that is asymptomatic patients, asymptomatic folks, they got it, but they're not showing any symptoms, are less likely, according to the WHO, to be spreading that stuff around. And even more so when you wear a mask. So that's the bottom line. And so when I was yesterday, I had stuff I had to do. I have a shiny new pen here from Asia Pacific Financial Management Group. I've got a few dollars socked away.
Nice.
Just a few, literally. I mean, it's like 10 or 15 or something. But that's gonna it will form the foundation of my retirement.
There you go. Got to start somewhere.
Yeah,
Rock bottom's a great.
I ain't retiring. I ain't retiring. I will die here. I will die here. And in fact, I probably won't even be doing the radio show. But since I'm a senior managing partner, we'll just pretend. You just wheel me up to here and put the microphone in front of me and turn the light on and go, okay, Ray, it's time to do your show. Yeah. And I'll just pretend like I'm got Governor Calvo on the line, line one, and a little conversation in my head. Hold on a second, Governor Gutierrez is there.
I'll humor you, Ray.
Former Governor, there's a Guerrero from the 1960s on line 4. Okay, so I was going to say, so I was at Asia Pacific taking care of some financial business there yesterday. And the lady calls me up last week and says, you need to sign some paper. Can you come by the office? Oh, yeah, happy to do that because Carabal's right across the street. I was going to be there anyway.
Nice.
It's important to plan your routines here. It's COVID-19 times there, real Joe. And so I get there, park next to Phil Flores' car because they're right next door to the place, and go around the front and walk right up to the door and about smashed into it.
It's locked.
It's locked. Yeah. It's the middle of the day. The sign says open, but the door is locked. And there's a little sign on it. I'm beginning to see more and more of these things. This is by appointment. Sorry, no walk-ins. This is by appointment only. And I appreciated the lengths to which they'd gone for my safety. And I'm serious about this. I really do appreciate it. There's a sign here, guys. And I don't know that anybody at the public health has gone there or at the governor's office has gone by there. But there are businesses here that respect the rules, have got a plan for how they're going to deal with it, how they're going to face forward with their customers, and did an outstanding job. Now, I was a couple of minutes late, but they didn't give my spot to somebody. Right? So here the lady comes, opens the door. She's got a mask. I got a mask. They took my temperature. This is a financial institution, right? They come, but I will say this. That was the fanciest thermometer I'd ever seen. I mean, this
really?
It didn't look like the cheap ones that you get in the back of eBay. I mean, right? It looks like they spent real money on this one, right? So they take my temperature. Would you like a water, sir? Yeah. Okay, get some of that. And finally got the paperwork done. And this is how I knew they were serious, was when it was time to leave, lady says, you parked your car in the back, right? And I said, yes, perfect. Because it's one way in, one way out.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Church. Have you been?
Great. Yeah.
You liar.
Oh, no, sorry.
But
How'd you know, man?
No, because when I went to St. Anthony a couple of weeks ago, when I went to St. Anthony and the lady asked my name, I really wanted to give her a different name, but I'd already started talking and she knew it was me. Oh, hi, Ray. Don't hi-ray me at church. Don't hello me at Mass. But anyway, but when you come in through the main doors, and when the Mass is over, and you go in peace to love and serve the Lord, you go out the sides.
Traffic control.
Exactly.
Yep.
So there's, and again, the point, there's a lot of people that are doing it the way they're supposed to be doing it. So any conversation that people are having about lockdowns and things like that, if somebody did get sick at church, they got sick from somewhere else, or maybe the advice that has been provided by the experts. Ooh, air quotes. Did you get that? Air quotes. Shoot it down. Shoot down those air quotes. The advice that they got from the experts maybe is wrong, is the way it works. But I'll leave on this point before we take the break. We've been in this current version of the lockdown. What is it, week 8? Have we done the mathematics on it?
Yeah, pretty much week 8.
Okay. You're just going along with whatever I say at this point, aren't
week
you?
Week eight. Yeah.
So,
I'm going to pull my Rain Man on you.
about week 8 in this current version of the lockdown, 2-week fertility time on the bug here. So we could have gotten sick and well. Like 4 times we could have gotten it, and I don't understand why we're continuing to be in this PCOR 1.5. I wonder. It's Tuesday. We don't normally get an inkling until Wednesday, and it's been Thursday lately that the decision has been made public whether or not there's an inkling to lift any of the restrictions that are on us right now. Dude, I just want to eat inside.
I hear you.
Can I want to eat inside at venue?
Yeah.
and I want to eat inside at Pokey Fry.
Yeah.
God, I miss that. There was and I can't remember her name now, but there was a lady behind the bar over at Pokey Fry, and there's 1,000 people going, there's a bar at Pokey Fry?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's secret. We only told the cool people. No Karens allowed. And she'd be in the back there. When there wasn't anything going on, she'd start singing. And it was the greatest thing in the whole wide world. And I'm like, oh, sweetheart, you're singing to me. And she says, don't hello me here in my bar. I'll kick you out. It was nice. And you don't get that kind of thing anymore. It's 9:37 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show continues after these.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, launch. That's just what we did with our new state-of-the-art mobile banking app as we celebrate 66 years of serving our island communities. It's loaded with a ton of new user-friendly features, including remote deposit capture. It's another way of saying you don't have to come to the bank to go to the bank. And if you want to come to the bank, we're happy to see your smiling face as long as you wear a mask. And we don't have long lines. Bank Pacific Rosebud branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Member FDIC.
Ra COVID-19 reminder na a fan ko binigirdi magfan ngom ngepin klipsir. Fan rakam famiriam kamar when ngom positive now. Fan rabalam nagan kei be symptom korap marnangom when ngom then wanage 311 ngan I weg name fam non ko rom. Da mission ngirigela marom fin man ko to fly. When ngom I wege pin kalapsir ngiringini girdi nipchur ngom. Mutaya maskrom magflak palafngim ko girdi. Fan rakam nang nbayak marom fakum chukur kuba nbayak marrok. Finger self quarantine magfkesken ko COVID-19. Piayune arayan ngebuchi unga mar ngeria rodaiv. Pifinne ekeyip ko office ko Manyalu nga Micronesian Resource Center nga station ko Choice Broadcasting. Kamgargaiv.
What's that? What is a radio station playing a COVID-19 PSA in a language other than English?
Yes.
Yes. Who? Socially responsible Choice Broadcasting. That's one version of an ad that will run on all 3 of the radio stations multiple times. And it doesn't say anything in there about vitamin D, but I am as concerned as anybody. I don't know how many Micronesians listen to this station, or Star, or Boss, but it's what we can do at the radio station. So that's what we're doing, is we will run, and if it was cash value, we would be running in the tens of thousands of dollars worth of advertising and PSAs directed specifically in that market so that we can help spread the message instead of the COVID. Ooh, that sounded good. Spread the message instead of the COVID.
Wow.
Spread the butter instead of the COVID. So here it comes. This is the translation of what you just heard. This is a COVID-19 reminder to protect the community, yourself, and the elderly. If you're feeling sick, please stay home. If you think you may be experiencing symptoms of the virus, please seek help immediately by calling 311 or contacting a medical professional. Do not wait until you are very sick to seek medical attention. Please protect the elderly and others around you who may be more vulnerable by continuing to physically distance, wear a mask, and self-quarantine if you're feeling sick. Think you may have come in close contact with someone who has tested positive for COVID-19 or have yourself tested positive for COVID-19. Getting help early saves lives. This message is made possible by Manyetlu, the Micronesian Resource Center, and Stations of Choice Broadcasting. So that's what they're saying. It's a lesson I learned from B.J. Cruz once upon a time. My beloved Nina B.J. says you can curse the darkness or you can light a candle.
Ah.
And here's the thing: if this is where we think we've got a significant problem in our community, then that's how we're going to take a step towards helping resolve that problem. And who knows? Maybe I don't know. They'll go, the problem's going away because Ray played Chucky's commercials, and then we can open things up, and I can go back to eating inside. Damn it! Yeah. Can I? I'm tired of cooking my own food. See, if I wanted to eat at a table with cloth napkins and silverware and all of that. Here's your bag of food.
Yeah.
Why don't even bother putting it in the Tupperware anymore? Why even bother putting it in the little styrofoam trays? Just put it all together in a bag. You know, and you get the mix up. What you get? Soup and chicken. It's all in the same bag. You just walk around with this thing. It look like a dog's breakfast. Dogs eat it that way. Why not us? I live for that laugh. All right, 888-255-888-TALK. When the cops weren't busting McCrouch, you know what they were doing? Fighting crime.
Yeah.
Fighting crime. I love this story. And this the takeoff from what Jay and I were talking about. Alex Castro and Steve Arceo. And suspect identified as T.S. Kiaul. Arceo reported that sometime around 6:30, he was woken up by his partner. She told him there was a trespasser in their kitchen. Arceo goes in, found a guy, later identified as Koal, standing in his kitchen, and physically escorted him out of the house. Let me just say that this guy got off lucky.
Yeah, he did.
Because if that had been my kitchen,
pew pew,
pew pew. We're not talking about it. What's a line? I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. I will ask you once to leave the house, and I'll open the door, and you can run as fast as you can out there and see if you can outrun a bullet. Castro interviewed, and then anyway. So this guy's out of the house, walked to his neighbor's place, where he was arrested. Castro was interviewed and reported he saw Koal walk by his window. He exited his house and noticed that he had entered Arceo's residence. He called the police and saw him exit the place and walk. And then the guy starts walking around, and they lost him for a second and then found him in a corner wall nearby Castro's front door. Castro detained the fella until he arrived. Now, there's a picture of this guy floating around on Facebook, and I thought maybe it was one of those things where he had his head against a wall. No. And it was the picture was just rotated the wrong way. No, his head was on the ground.
Face down.
Face down brown.
The ground brown.
As I said, this guy, luckiest guy. If this had been anybody that shows up at our pandemic pew-pews, if he had pulled that, let me just stand around your kitchen nonsense with them, it would have ended differently. We don't need to call the police. Call the ambulance. Then there's this guy. Wait, who's on the phone?
Dr. McNinch.
Ron McNinch. Dr. Ron McNinch.
Yes.
This is a great story, though. But it's a longish story. Let me get Dr. Ron McNinch on the line. Good morning, Doc.
Hey, happy New Year, happy one.
I had a question yesterday. What were the numbers they were talking about? 6,000 or so plus people have already early voted?
I think somewhere around there.
Okay, now what's the number of folks that would normally vote in a non-gubernatorial election anyway?
That's about 20%. Usually it's between 25 to 30 will vote in a non-gubernatorial. It changes really from year to year. Depends on who's running, of course.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I don't know, kind of lackluster races, except for a couple of mayoral races, and then you got the deal with Uncle Robert and Mike and Will. So I'm wondering if that's going to be enough to bring out a whole heck of a lot of people to go vote, plus the pandemic. So I guess the question is the election over? Is it possible the 6,000 people that have already voted may have already set the stage for what it's going to be like on November 3rd?
Not at all. I think there's going to be at least triple that number minimum. I mean, I don't see anything really below 20 voting. So I think we'll have over 20 votes.
All right.
Because 60 is the aggregate nominal number, meaning that, if you look at the max number of voters we have had in the last 10 years, 60 is the upper limit around there. And so probably it'll be between 55 and 60 would be the nominal number for the number that we would generally consider to be active voters, so to speak. And so, yeah, we'll see where it goes from there.
Okay, because I think that was the number that people, when there was a conversation about me being a write-in candidate, which would have been sweet, but I think that was the number. It would have had to have been somewhere between 16,000, 17,000 people that would need to get me in there and actually write my name and spell it correctly.
That's right. Usually for senatorial races, and by the way, I don't even think that the spelling has to be right. I think the standard for the commissioners when they evaluate write-ins is, can they reasonably discern the person that's intended to be on, they're intending to put on the ballot. And I think you have enough of a name that they could spell it Gibson and know that.
The intention was there. All right, well that's cool. That's fun to play. Now, what did you call about? What did you want to talk about today?
I was going to talk about a couple of quick things. One thing I was going to mention is in the early 1980s, there was this, or actually late 70s, early 80s, there's this trend across the U.S. to pretty much ban guns in all cities. And so in response, the town of Kennesaw, Georgia, required every resident to own a gun and keep the gun in their house. And should I tell you what happened to the crime rate in Kennesaw, Georgia?
Probably won't drop down to nothing.
Not below nothing. Yeah, no question. In fact, the law said, hey, if you don't want to keep the gun in your house, we'll just give you a receipt saying that you have one. And that was the way they got around saying that you had a 100% household compliance for owning a gun.
Look, it makes kind of sense, doesn't it? Where you've got where if you know that everybody has a gun, then you're probably apt to screw around a whole lot less.
There is something to that, especially if it's guns in the home for protection of the home.
Correct.
Especially. Not just some, wacko guy walking around with a mini backpack, claiming that he's Rambo, which is a whole different class of person. But
no, you need to. No, that's us. That's the pandemic pew-pew. When we're doing a thing over at the range, we are all Rambo'd out.
Yeah, well, again, I'm talking about the person who does it because they have a personality defect. They're walking around with weapons.
Again, October 25th, PD range. Just come on out.
No, walking around, like, for example, I'm not going to name the restaurant. This is like 3 years ago. This young woman walked up with a carry-on Major Glock on her hip, open carry.
Yeah.
In the freaking buffet line.
Yeah.
At this common restaurant. And I got to tell you, I'm not a fan of that kind of behavior. If somebody wants to carry a weapon with them, I don't believe they should be carrying it around openly like that, simply because anybody can take it away from them. That's what I'm worried about.
Oh, no. No. Only Ray Tenorio can reach in and get a gun. Only Ray Tenorio knows that. Only he knows how to do that. I disagree. And in fact, on range days, when I'm headed out, I usually already have the holster on and the gun inside the holster, and don't have a problem walking around. If you walk around in Tumon, you ever hang out with me and my brother as we do our walks in Tumon? One or both of us always has a gun, and the other one is one of us has it showing all the time. And it's not just, it's not showing off I have a gun. It's for easy access in case, I don't know, this stray dog wants to chase you or something like that.
Yeah, and I would view that just as a personal protection kind of use for a handgun.
But I'll walk into a store with a gun on my side.
Yeah, there. I think you know the kinds that I'm worried about, right?
Oh, right. No, it's that Antifa bunch, and point them out. We'll dispatch those guys quickly. Now, I did want to share that. Oh, you're on the road. You can't see it. Dave Torrey, originally, and I'm so glad that we're in this gun conversation. Dave Torrey is in charge of designing and perhaps building our candy cannon. We're not doing Halloween this year the same way as we've done in the past. So we've got this idea that we might use either kerosene, gasoline, propane, or maybe compressed air. In order to make a tube into a cannon, we'll put candy in there and then face it out to the kids.
That sounds like something I did when I was like 13 years old, right?
Again, pandemic pew pew, October 25th at 11 o'clock. All the guys out there with our guns is the most mature conversation that we've had all day. This is somebody's prototype. There is another one that is more of a bazooka than it is a cannon launcher. And then there's one that we just got to have this because it's painted red. It's dead. What's the name of the Deadpool red?
Yeah.
And black. We got to have something like this. Yes, Ron.
If I were going to be a member of your group, I would just get one of those water balloon slingshots and go old school. You know.
Ron, you're speaking my language here, buddy. When we need to get together, we've got to find some time and compare notes. If you could come up with some kind of a design, maybe work with Rico Blancaflor. Rico Blancaflor's job is to figure out how to mount our candy cannon on the back of a Toyota 4x4. So we drive around the villages. They look like terrorists. Right, we look like those guys in the Mad Max movies, just running around there. But it's not. It's a canyon that shoots candy, is the thing.
Oh.
Anyway,
like
well, it does sound like a good time. So I need another prediction. I know we're still 15 days out from November the 3rd. Right. When are we going to know who the 46th president of the United States is going to be?
Oh, I think it's going to be December. I think we're going to have a 2000 retread. I think that the stuff that went on in 2000, it's not going to be exactly the same, but it's going to be very similar simply because of these mass mail-in ballots that have been. I have to say, I am totally disappointed with some state and local leaders in the areas of voting in the U.S. It's like they've become totally reckless in their approaches. It's not like they're trying to be proactive and accommodating and things like that. Not at all. And it's the same states that allow these Antifa people to run around.
Oh, my God.
Which is scary. That's the scary part. And so my feeling is, and what I'm going to look for, and we can probably talk about it at the right time, is if there are these voter suppression activities with these radical groups that are burning dumpsters in like Portland and Seattle and things like that, if they actually interfere with the polls, that's going to cause a major hiccup in our election nationally.
Mm-hmm. Well, we saw some of that, unfortunately, a couple of years ago. You remember Black Panther guys were hustling people out of voting places in the U.S. mainland, and I don't know if anybody ever did anything about that.
Well, actually,
now we've got Antifa guys who have gunned up that have already threatened to take over certain polling places in their communities to scare people away, literally.
You want to do a neat phone call, Ray? Call Christian Adams. He'll talk to you online. He's an expert in these voting issues.
Oh, and what's his name? Dave Davis, his attorney?
Yeah, Christian Adams. He'll readily talk to you on this on the air.
Oh, I love that.
And
okay.
In fact, he was the litigator who handled the Black Panther case, and one of them for, I think, voting. I think that, if I recall, he handled one of those voting cases for voter suppression, and he was in the Justice Department for many years.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I'm convinced that's going to be one of the big deals here that is going to come out of the election, is we're going to be talking about voter suppression on a significant scale. One last thing before I let you go, Doc.
Yes.
Happy birthday.
My daughter called me from D.C. like at midnight to tell me happy birthday too. It was
Oh,
very cool. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
There's a bunch of us that are kind of clustered around. I think we were all born in the same year, Ray. I think you, me, and a bunch of other people we know were like within a couple of months of each other, I think.
Well, I'm class. I was 62, class of 1980 at Father Duenas, and certainly enjoyed it. Looking at the calendar, young Mason Caldwell, among the finest tennis proteges ever on Guam. Tennis legends on Guam, is celebrating his 20th birthday on the 20th. Happy birthday, Mason!
Very nice.
All right, buddy. Listen,
that's your son, right?
Step boy. Yeah. Well, we'll talk about that more later. Listen, so I'm going to let you go. You have a terrific happy birthday. If you already heard from the daughter, so it's just down to you and your wife going to find some outdoor place to eat. Sorry you can't. Right. Sorry you can't eat inside like a civilized human being on your own birthday.
Well, we'll talk about how my feelings about that in the future too, because I think that's a subject that's well worth talking about. Absolutely.
What, the unnecessary, idiotic pandemic protocols? Like that's going to do anything? Look, people weren't getting sick in the restaurants. They weren't getting sick in the bars. I don't believe that anybody got sick at any of the regular churches that we've got around here, and all of the different mitigation levels that were prescribed for them to do that they did before the lockdown. And the fact that we're 8 weeks into this second lockdown and the numbers continue to be going up, hospitalization continues to be going up, clearly means that whatever it is that they thought they were going to be doing didn't work in this second lockdown that we've got.
I think we should have I know you're running late on your day today. We should have a long talk about these things. It's a great topic.
Well, we'll have you in the studio when we do.
Sounds great.
All right.
Thank you, Ray. And
you don't have to wear a mask either. We're cool like that. This is a Karen-free zone. Talk to you soon. 888-8255-888-TALK. Did we already blow off the last round of commercials? Well, let's go play these and then we'll finish up the show.
Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Hagåtña and Mezcla Dos Upper Tumon are now open for takeout and delivery services. For more information, call now at 479-2652 or 3 or Mezcla Dos at 646-6295. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with the true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine at the comfort of your own home. They take your local favorite dishes and serve them with extra flair you will only find at Mezcla. Mezcla, a true taste of Guam.
Okay, Google. Hey, Siri. Hi, Bixby.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Open the Point app. Opening.
Live stream, on demand, swap stations, check out the visual radio. Get the free app available on the App Store and Google Play or go to thepoint.gu.
Couldn't do it. I'm trolling for chicks on Instagram right now. And I ran across this picture. 28 days, no junk challenge.
Wow.
28-day no junk food challenge.
What?
I can't do it.
Me neither.
I couldn't do it. I don't know if I could make a week. I was at the beer's not junk food, right?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure. No. I gotta look up what people determine to be junk food. Well, I mean, what do you categorize as junk food?
Cookies, chips,
yeah. Cookies, chips,
candy.
That kind of thing.
I love it.
Yeah, but I can't get away from it. So as much as I like to think I eat cleanish, I have a salad every once in a while. Much as I like to think that, I was at the store yesterday and walked up around to the thing and grabbed myself a 6-pack of Acai Super Dry. It's what's for dinner. And on the way back, they got a new shipment of kawamucho. You know what that is?
No.
It's the chili, the Japanese string potato chips.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like those.
Kind of garlicky, kind of hot flavor on it.
Yeah, I love Japanese snacks.
I like that so much.
Spicy.
Yeah, I don't technically, if it's Japanese, I don't think it counts as junk food. If it had to come from all the junkiness went away in the airplane ride on the way out to Guam. So that's the good stuff. But I mean, they're looking at there's chicken on this, but it's kind of a grilled chickeny thing. Fried chicken's would not be in the clean. Anything. All right. There's avocados.
Yeah. I'm down for avocado.
I know a lady up north, and she got big avocados.
Oh, really?
And you can take that comment any way you want to because it's the end of the show. Or close enough to it. Seconds away from the top of the hour. For real, Joe Cruz, Jerry Robertson, Montesilva Tower. This is Ray Gibson. Oh, my God, I can't believe we did it again. Tune in tomorrow, 6 a.m. right here, Ray Gibson Show, 93.3. This is The Point.
The House continue to work on a new package of coronavirus relief.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin spoke for nearly an hour, a Pelosi spokesperson says, and continued to narrow their differences on a broad coronavirus relief bill. Senate Republicans, however, are moving forward on non-negotiated narrow measures aimed at small business loans and other COVID provisions.
What it does contain is $500 billion of good that Congress can do right now.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has pushed back on the latest offer from the White House, totaling nearly $2 trillion, is too big a sell for many of his Republican members. Jared Halpern, Fox News.
With just over 2 weeks until Election Day, both sides are out campaigning. Democratic Vice Presidential nominee Kamala Harris continues to hammer the Trump administration's response to the pandemic.
Back in January, the current occupant of the White House knew he had inside information. He knew that this virus was 5 times more deadly than the flu.
Harris was in Florida today. State President Trump narrowly won in 2016. The president in Arizona